order the Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of June 7th. And if we could start with a roll call, please.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Sayoc.
Here.
Councilmember Hudas.
Here.
Councilmember Badami.
Here.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Rennie.
Here. And next, if you could roll the decorum and civility video, please.
The public is welcome to participate at town council meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at town council meetings. 4. All public comments at the town council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
Thank you. So next, I would like to recognize our outgoing youth commissioners. If I could ask them to turn on their videos, please. And I will attempt to say all their names. Emanuela Arbitaylo, Kaylin Dugan, Luke Lennox, Arshia Mather, Brady Morganson, Lucas Raspy, Ishani Sood, Owen Thompson. So thank you all youth commissioners for all your work during the year. The Youth Commission provides us with a lot of good inputs for our some of the policies and ordinances that we pass. So I appreciate all of the work. Our council appreciates all the work that you do to help us get it right. And a little bit later, we'll have the Youth Commission's chair will actually show video more about your accomplishments from the year. So next, actually, so thank you, congratulations, and thank you for all your contributions this year. So next, I would like to ask the Youth Commission chair and vice chair to turn on their videos and do the presentations of the youth-friendly businesses of the year. So I see Quincy Scott. Do we have Sasha Balasingham here also?
She is on. She should be able to turn on her video and her mic.
Yes, and also the recipients, please turn on their videos.
As the Los Gatos Youth Commission, we would like to honor the Los Gatos Meats and Smokehouse as the 2022 Youth Friendly Business of the Year. As the youth of Los Gatos, we are so grateful for all your support and help that you give towards our youth and making this town such an incredibly community place. So thank you.
Congratulations to Los Gatos Meats and Smokehouse.
And then also from the Youth Commission, we'd like to recognize Southern Kitchen as the 2022 Green Business of the Year. And again, the Youth Commission and everyone on behalf of the town of Los Gatos would like to thank them for all their green initiatives and just always keeping the environment in the back of their mind. If when it comes to like adding more green menu items and just day-to-day activities in the restaurant, just trying to keep it as green as possible. So thank you so much.
And thank you to the Southern Kitchen. And I think maybe I was supposed to mention the names also. I think from Los Gatos Meats, we had Carol Chiala Coletti and Jennifer Chiala. And then from Southern Kitchen, we had Sarah Williams. So thank you for all you do to be youth friendly and green. And next, I'd like to invite the Youth Commission to share with us a video sharing with us all of their accomplishments during the year.
Yeah, so we put together kind of a slideshow of some of the major events that we hosted this year. So it's kind of like a year in review. Some of like the top highlights were our single-use foodware ordinance, just to advance our town into a future of sustainability and environmental awareness. The social host ordinance, which promotes safety and responsibility within our youth population, and also just coming out of the pandemic, trying to get an increased community engagement with both new and returning events such as Spring into Green and our new resident social, which we'll talk about more deeper into the slideshow.
As for subcommittees, this year we had environmental, social justice and equity, teen wellness, as well as community outreach. And then for liaisons to our adult town committees, we had members for the Arts and Culture Commission, Community Health and Senior Services, Library Board, Parks Commission, as well as Complete Streets and Transportation. And each of them did a phenomenal job talking to our town commissions.
And then the next few slides, you just put a couple photos of different like events and meetings throughout the year. So the first slide was, this isn't the entirety of the commission, but this was taken at our first meeting as a commission. And then kind of the first big event we did for this year was last summer, and it was the Special Olympic Torch Run.
As for commission bonding, as we all know, because of COVID, we were unfortunately on Zoom for our first few meetings with the Youth Commission. But for our first Youth Commission meeting back in the Police Chambers building, we got to do some commission bonding and did some fun activities. Over here in the pictures, we were building a balloon tower to see who got the fastest and highest tower. And then on the next slide, we did a gingerbread contest for the holidays to help not only bring the holiday spirit, but also just commemorate all the wonderful things we had done that semester and we were planning to do for the following year.
And then this was a photo from our new resident social. This was a new event that we created this year, and it was open to all residents who moved in since the beginning of the pandemic, just to meet the Youth Commission, some of the police officers, and other new residents. In case anyone was feeling lonely or they didn't feel as connected to the town, this was a good way to meet some new people and just get out and have fun in the park. And then this was kind of our main event that we do each year. This was the first time we were able to do it since the pandemic, and it was the Spring into Green event. It was a really big hit, like it is every year. And the Youth Commission, as well as like talking and spreading awareness about the new ordinances that were passed this year. We also did succulent planning. So the youth and anyone interested was able to come up to our tent and create succulents to bring home. And then on behalf of me and Sasha, we'd like to thank the entire commission and the town council for a great year and supporting us and making some of the ordinances that we passed possible. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Very good. That's good to get to know what the commission was during the year. We see the outputs of your suggestions on the ordinances, but it's good to see the other kinds of things that were going on. So thank you for sharing with us. Okay, so next up, I will turn it over to Shelley for board commissions and committee appointments. Ms. Neese.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. At a special meeting held at 6 p.m., Council interviewed applicants for the mid-year vacancies on the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, Historic Preservation Committee, and Parks Commission. There were no applicants for the Building Board of Appeals or the Personnel Board. One applicant was interviewed and Council could appoint up to one to the Community Health and Senior Services Commission. 2 applicants were interviewed and Council could appoint up to one to the Historic Preservation Committee. And 3 applicants were interviewed and Council could appoint up to 2 to the Parks Commission. So the results of the vote are for the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, Pradeep Kanal is appointed unanimously. For the Historic Preservation Committee, Susan Burnett is appointed with 3 votes from Hudis, Risto, and Sayak. Alan Feinberg received 2 votes from Badami and Rennie. And for the Parks Commission, Brant Cornson and Craig Gleason are both appointed unanimously. And I will be sending out notifications to all of the applicants this week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all those that applied. And if you didn't get appointed, please apply again. They were all very good candidates. Unfortunately, we can't fit everybody in. So next up is closed session report. The council met on June 1st to discuss labor negotiations, and the council took no actions during that meeting that require reporting according to the Brown Act, although there are some MOUs on our agenda. Next up, council matters. If I could start with Councilmember Badami, please.
Thank you. On May 20th, I attended the Sounds of Summer event sponsored by the Los Gatos Music and Arts and the Chamber of Commerce. It was a lovely event celebrating the reemergence of live music events in Los Gatos. I've also met and corresponded with a number of constituents regarding various issues of concern.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sayak.
Thank you. Since we last met, 2 items I wanted to highlight. One was the Peninsula Division of Cal Cities hosted an event. We had Governor Newsom's office represented to talk about his proposal of the care court and how it would work. We had representatives from San Mateo, Santa Clara County as well as the Sheriff's Department. And it's an opportunity to weigh in onto the care court, how it is proposed. And ultimately, there were a lot of questions that were asked by the local elected officials that will require further vetting and consultation with the governor's office, and hopefully an ability for them to come to speak to individual cities that have curiosity and concerns so that we get this right. The second item of interest, on Memorial Day, both Councilmember Hudis and I were at Los Gatos Memorial Park to participate in the Memorial Day event and honor those that have given us the ultimate sacrifice. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Among the variety of meetings I attended, I know Councilmember Sayak and I were both at the Housing Element Advisory Board meeting a couple of weeks ago, where we completed preliminary site selection, which will be on the agenda later tonight. I attended the monthly Green Streets for Sustainable Communities, and there was a great presentation by Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein about a bike and ped pathway that is going forward there after 15 years of planning. So we had a discussion about how long it takes to make changes, but if you don't start, they don't happen. On the 23rd, I assisted along with a number of volunteers and members of staff on bike and pedestrian counts, both on Shannon Road and on Blossom Hill Road. These are looking for grant money to help make safer passage for pedestrians and cyclists. I attended the Parks and Public Works open house and barbecue with a number of, it was great to see most of the town staff there and other council members. I met with a member of the Finance Commission, and it'll come up later, but unfortunately there is an opening on the Finance Commission and nobody applied that was qualified. So we'll be I'll be seeking applicants later in the fall. I attended the Senior Services Committee last night, and I'm new to that committee, so I'll leave that to Councilmember Hudes to further elaborate on the actions taken yesterday. And then this morning, standing in for our mayor who wasn't feeling well, I had the privilege and joy to deliver a congratulatory speech to the 8th grade graduating class at Hillbrook. And I think this is true probably for schools all around, but it was the first time in 3 years where they were able to convene the whole student body and share a graduation event together. And so it was wonderful to participate in that. So thank you.
And thank you for filling in for me. I didn't want to give them a graduation present of COVID, so thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I had a number of meetings with the Senior Services Committee and subcommittees that culminated in the meeting last night, where the 7 goals were discussed and refined. And a tremendous amount of work has gone into this on the part of our residents who've volunteered. And this will be coming to the council, I believe, on June 21st. I also met with some residents about the cannabis business, became a little more educated about cannabis operations. And I met with the Chamber of Commerce a couple of times, once about destination marketing and once about events this summer. On the 21st, I participated and presented an award to the Forciers who live on Broadway, who have restored their Victorian home and won an award for an area. It's the first gathering from all the communities, all the historic preservation committees made this award at the fairgrounds, not the fairgrounds, but at the History Museum. It was an outstanding event, and I hope we can continue to participate as a town in this. I had a couple of outside meetings, one of which was the Emergency Area Operations Council on the 25th. And then on the 26th, there was a meeting of the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority. And there was actually a matter there that may warrant consideration by the town, and that was whether to support a bill that would prevent the encryption of radio transmissions by the police, except for private data. And so there is a push across some communities in California to make those communications open, as they have been encrypted for the last few years. And that's pretty much it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hudes. Since our last council meeting, I attended 2 BACMed Bay Area Air Quality Management District Board meetings on 5/18 and 6/1. Also on 5/18, I spoke at the Lions Club and gave them an update on things around town. On 5/25, the West Valley mayors and managers met, and we discussed items of common interest between the cities. on 525, I had the pleasure of being a reactor for Russ Hancock's class project presentations. He has a class at Stanford, and they were doing presentations about promoting EV sales, and I got to be a reactor to for the class to their presentation. 525, I did the Spinga ribbon cutting I did the ribbon cutting at Spinga, which is a wellness and workout facility that's just opened on Los Gatos Boulevard. And 526, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Finance and Admin met. I am and was voted in chair again. I can't seem to get rid of that role. The main item on that was this a stress test of our finances that depend on the different directions the market might take, and on other potential combining factors and how they would affect our business. Also on 6/2, I attended the Italian Republic 76th anniversary celebration at the county building. And yesterday, 6/6, I attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Risk Oversight Committee. And next is manager matters.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. We've got a lot of additional great work happening here at the town. On June 16th, our Housing Element Advisory Board will start to work on policies and programs for our housing element, and the public is welcome to join us. On June 20th, the Town Council will hold a special meeting on the General Plan 2040, and again, the public is welcome to join us. We are in the midst of our summer reading program. It runs from June 1st through July 31st. We've got a lot of great programs scheduled throughout the summer, including reading programs for all ages. People can track what they've read, win prizes by participating in activities. And we really encourage people to come to our library every single week, because every week we're going to be celebrating a different feline, and you can get a button with the different cats and collect them all. So please join our summer reading program. It will be a lot of fun. And then July 4th, we will be doing our annual celebration back at Oak Meadow Park. Thank you.
Mayor, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. So next up is our consent calendar. I'm on mute, so you're missing the coughing, but it got backwards there. Unmuted in time for the cough. So our consent calendar is next up. It consists of items 1 through 22. Would any council members wish to pull any items from consent? Council Member Hudis.
Thank you. I wanted to pull items 7, 9, 11, 19, 20, 21, and 22. Thank you.
Okay. And that covered your interest, Council Vice Mayor Risto, I take it?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, so we will hear those items after our regular agenda. So now, let's see, would any members of the public wish to address us on items that are still on the consent calendar? So that's 1 through 22, excluding 7, 9, 11, 19, 20, 21, 22. I see Susan Burnett. Would you like to address us about the consent calendar? Okay, it looks like you can unmute yourself. And okay, great. Looks like you're unmuted, but we're not hearing anything.
I'm
sorry, did you?
There you go.
Oh,
Now we can hear you.
oh, okay. I'm sorry, I was downstairs. I just ran back upstairs. Anyway, was this on verbal communication? Is that what happened?
It's not yet. This was on the consent calendar. Would you wish to address us on any item on the
Oh,
consent?
no, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I had my hand up for verbal communication.
Okay.
I apologize.
We'll
Sorry.
come back to you for that then.
Okay.
I don't see any hands for consent calendar. Would any council members wish to make comments or a motion? Councilmember Badami.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve consent items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay, Vice Mayor Risto.
I will second the motion.
Any other comments from council members? Not seeing any hands, I'll call the question. Vice Mayor Risto,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes,
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak,
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
and the mayor votes aye. So passes what's left of the consent calendar. Items 1 through 6, 8, 10, 12 through 18 pass unanimously. So next is verbal communication. So we'll open this up for members of the public to speak for 3 minutes on items that are not on the agenda. So this is an opportunity for Susan Burnett to come back. But first up, I see Joanne Rogers.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Go ahead.
Today, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal. It said cannabis and the violent crime surge. I'd just like to read you part of this if you haven't seen it already. The stigma once attached to marijuana has vanished. 19 states have legalized cannabis for recreational use, and politicians of both parties increasingly treat it as harmless. Asked during the 2020 presidential campaign about her pot use in college, Kamala Harris giggled and said, marijuana gives a lot of people joy, and we need more joy in the world. But the public needs an honest discussion of the social and public health risks, which include violence and mental illness. Alex Barrison, author of Tell Your Children the Truth About Marijuana, Mental Illness, and Violence, pointed out that the New York Times had curiously removed from an article about the Uvalde school shooting a former co-worker's recollection that he complained about his grandmother not letting him smoke weed. The Times didn't append that correction to the story, as it might be expected to do when fixing a factual inaccuracy. Assuming the detail was accurate, it would fit a pattern. Mass shooter in Representative Gabby Giffords' constituent meeting in Tulsa, Arizona, 2011, movie theater in Aurora, Colorado, 2012, the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida, 2016, the First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs, the Texas in 2017, and the Parkland, Florida shooting in 2018 were reported to be marijuana users. It could be a coincidence, but increasing evidence suggests a connection. Isn't pot supposed to make you mellow? Maybe if you smoke only a joint on occasion, but youth nowadays are consuming marijuana more frequently and in higher doses than their elders did when they were young. This is leading to increased addiction and antisocial behavior. THC, the chemical that causes the euphoria high, interacts with the brain's neuron receptors involved with pleasure. Marijuana nowadays, on average, is about 4 times as potent as it was in 1995. But dabs, portions of concentrated cannabis, can include 20 times as much THC as joints did in the 60s. It's much easier for young people to get hooked. One in 6 people who start using pot under age 18 will develop an addiction, which doctors call cannabis use disorder. There's more to this article, and Joe Rogers Susan Burnett would like to read the rest of it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Who's going to read the rest of it?
Susan and Joe Rogers. Susan
Okay.
Burnett.
So let's go up with Susan Burnett next, please.
Okay. To continue here, that's what happened to Colorado teenager Johnny Stack. His mother, Laura, wrote a harrowing book chronicling his descent into cannabis addiction. He started smoking weed at 14 after Colorado legalized it and progressed to using more potent products such as dabs. He gradually withdrew from social activities and developed psychosis. Substance abuse treatment and a stay at a mental hospital failed to cure him because chronic marijuana use permanently rewired his brain. Delusional, he jumped off a 6-story building and killed himself. Alas, he's not an anomaly. People who have taken large doses of the drug may experience an acute psychosis, which includes hallucinations, delusions, and the loss of the sense of personal identity, the National Institute of Health notes. Ronette Lieb, an addiction specialist who previously led the emergency department at Scripps Mercy Hospital in San Diego, said in a recent interview with the American Council on Science and Health that California cannabis emergency room visits climbed 53% in the last 3 years after the state legalized recreational marijuana in 2016. Daily marijuana emergency room visits in San Diego nearly quadrupled between 2014 and 2019. Cannabis-induced psychosis, she said, is fairly common. Some patients she treated experienced cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome from long-term use, which causes schromating, which is screaming and vomiting. There's no antidote. Some patients spend weeks in the emergency room waiting for placement in mental health clinics. Countless studies have also linked chronic cannabis use to schizophrenia. A meta-analysis in January examining 591 students concluded that early marijuana use among adolescents was associated with a significant increase in the risk of developing schizophrenia. Researchers have yet to prove a causal relationship, but the weight of evidence is hard to dismiss. Some legislation proponents claim that other counties where marijuana is widely available have fewer mental health problems than the United States. But a study from Denmark last summer found that schizophrenia cases associated with pot addiction have increased 3 to 4-fold over the past 20 years as marijuana potency rose over 200%. And I believe Joe Rogers will continue. Thank you for listening.
I don't see his hand raised, but let's bring him forward, see if he wishes to speak, please. Hi, Joe. You just need to unmute and you can speak if you would like to speak. So,
Mayor, it looks like maybe he's
yeah,
going
go back to
under
Joanne
Joanne.
Rogers. Maybe I think they had this trouble before where one of their phones didn't work or something. Let's try Joanne Rogers, see if we get Joe.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So the balance of the article, there's not too much left to do here, but talking about cannabis, it goes on to say that young people are especially vulnerable to cannabis effects because of their brains still developing. Scientists in a recent study reviewed scans of teenage brains before and after using pot. They found that parts of the brain involved in decision making and morality judgment were altered in pot users compared to non-users. But can pot make people violent? A study last year found that young people with such mood disorders as depression, who are also addicted to pot, were 3.2 times as likely to commit self-harm and die of homicide, often indicating violence. Those who weren't, than those who weren't. A meta-analysis found the risk of perpetrating violence was more than twice as high for young adults who use marijuana. It's possible that pot can trigger dangerous behavior in youth who may be predisposed to it for other reasons, such as prenatal exposure to drugs. Also worrisome, legalization seems to be leading to more pregnant women using pot. About 20% of pregnant women in California tested positive for marijuana in 2016. THC crosses the placenta and can impair neurological development. Prenatal exposure to marijuana has been linked to behavioral problems, mental illness, and lower academic achievement in children and adolescents. Maybe it's time that lawmakers and voters rethink their pot legalization experiment before more young lives are damaged. This is an article by Alicia Finley, a member of the Wall Street Journal editorial board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Diana Pleasant.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm a 50-year resident of Los Gatos and a teacher at Los Gatos High School for 29 years. And I'm most concerned about the effect of marijuana on the youth. I'd like to share with you a 1-minute, 10-second clip of an interview with Laura Stack, a Colorado mother, who describes her son's experiences with marijuana. How do I share a clip with you? Does anybody know?
So Mayor, she would have needed to provide that to us by 3 o'clock today.
So I guess no clips this
Well,
time.
let me
Next
just
time.
summarize it for you. Do I still have a few moments?
Yep, go. You have 2 minutes.
Laura Stack's son was introduced to marijuana at a party where one of the members' 18-year-old brother obtained it with a medical card. And that was the beginning of the long downhill spiral for him. And the thing that's relevant to what I'm discussing right now is how he obtained it. It was legal, but the person who got it sold it at the party. And this is my fear with having dispensaries available to our youth. The more convenient it is, the more likely they will be experiencing the effects. I would just like to thank you for your consideration of very difficult subjects, including marijuana, and thank you for serving the town.
Okay, thank you. And you could share the clip next week if you want.
Okay, thank you. I will. Who do I contact?
I guess the town clerk, send it
Okay.
to.
Thank you. I will do that. Thanks.
Next up, Lee Fago.
Good evening, council members and town staff. We've been talking about what's the data, the references that we've seen that have been published in journals, newspapers, in the media. It's concerning that this continues to show the negative emotional, psychological, and physical effect of cannabis, particularly in young people. The other thing to note, and it's been reported in several journals, is that the cannabis that is available in the marketplace today in the US is 2 to 3 times, depending on the source, as powerful as the marijuana was 20 years ago. And so anything that we might have experienced or knew about as we were growing up is far different today. The other thing is that another report that comes out of it's called Health and Place. This is published in 2022, the beginning of the year. Quote, the prevalence of using edibles was 45% higher, and dabbing and smoking cannabis was 43% higher among students who attended a high school within 1 mile from a cannabis retailer. Students also perceived cannabis as less harmful when there was a retailer within 1 mile of their high school. And looking at what the town is considering for possible retail outlets, 1 mile is going to be within the range of many different schools with those potential sites. Closer to home and more relevant is a study that was done. It's called California Healthy Kids Survey, and it was conducted at Los Gatos High School in 2020-2021 school year. It provided some concerning data. In the prior 30 days to when the students completed this survey, 28% of the juniors consumed an alcoholic drink, including 5% admitting binge drinking, and 22% had used marijuana and vaping. All the data is above the state average in the same survey. And 15% of Los Gatos High School juniors admitted thinking of suicide in the fall of that last school year. This, they believe, could be tied to drugs, but they're still doing a study to determine the specific link. In other words, cannabis availability in our community is a threat to the well-being of not just our youth, but the whole community. Please consider that so that you come up unanimously with a no vote on cannabis retail in the town of Los Gatos. Thank you.
It looks like you have a question from Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you, Mr. Fago. I wonder if you would be able to provide those studies to the town manager in preparation for the meeting that we're going to have on the 21st.
I sure can.
Thank you.
I will do that. And I'll send you an invoice. No, I'll send it.
Yeah, just send the invoice to Councilmember Hudis. Would anybody else?
I know his checks are going to be good, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Would anybody else wish to address us on items not on the agenda? We got a lot of items on the agenda, so we'll move on and close verbal communication and move on to item 23, which is consider the draft site inventory as recommended by the Housing Element Advisory Board.
Good evening, Mayor, and thank you, council members. Before you tonight is the Housing Element Advisory Board's recommended draft site inventory for the 6th cycle housing element. The housing element of the general plan must include an inventory of land suitable and available for residential development to meet the town's regional housing needs allocation for the 8-year planning period of 2023 to 2031. The town's RHNA allocation is 1,993 housing units. To ensure sufficient capacity exists in the housing element to accommodate the RHNA throughout the 8-year planning period, the Department of Housing and Community Development recommends that jurisdictions create a buffer in the draft site inventory of at least 15% more than required. At the last 3 HEB meetings, the HEB reviewed, discussed, and identified potential sites within the town to include in the draft site inventory to accommodate the required RHNA and its buffer. Given HCD guidance, sites were identified into 3 tiers, with Tier 1 representing the most likely opportunities, Tier 2 representing possible backup sites, and Tier 3 representing sites with constraints, but that could still be considered as potential housing element sites. On May 19th, the HEB recommended that the sites in the Tier 1 site list be included in the draft site inventory with 3 modifications. An updated Tier 1 site list with these modifications is included as Attachment 1 to the Council's report this evening. Staff has provided the following questions to guide the Council in their discussion this evening of whether the sites identified in the Tier 1 site list are appropriate to include in the draft site inventory. 1 being what sites, if any, should be removed from Tier 1? Are there additional sites that should be added to Tier 1? And should the income category distribution for Tier 1 be modified? The next steps in the housing element update process include the HEED's next meeting on June 16th to begin review and discussion of policy and program development for the initial draft housing element. There was also a desk item that was distributed this afternoon, which provided staff's responses to council member questions and a public comment that was received after distribution of the staff report. This completes staff's presentation, but we are available for any questions tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Badami, questions?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. The draft general 2040 plan proposes to upzone all residential land uses, and it's yet to be adopted. So why would we use that as criteria in approaching our RENA site selection?
Thank you for the question. I'll let the director take a start at this one, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Badami. You're correct. As we know, the consideration of the general plan hasn't occurred, but we have a draft recommendation from the General Plan Advisory Committee and the Planning Commission. Should that be modified or not adopted, then we will have to revisit adding additional programs to potentially upzone some of the general plan designations. And so we would be looking at this again. I think it was mentioned in the staff report. We're going to see different iterations of this as we go through this process. One component that could impact that is the general plan and where it is in its adoption process and what ultimately gets adopted. The other is we may get additional property interest forms. We may get additional input from property owners that they don't want their sites included, which we've had a couple of those as well. And then lastly, when we send our initial drafts to the Housing and Community Development Department of the state, they may ask for additional evidence and or say that some of these sites aren't adequate, and then we'll have to come back and look at another iteration.
Are you comfortable that we'll be able to meet the deadline for HCD?
I'm comfortable that we're currently looking to have a draft, the initial draft to them at the end of August or early September for their initial review. And we imagine they will have comments, and then we will look to get our second review in as well and get that adopted prior to the end of the grace period at the latest.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson.
Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. As a follow-up to that, do we have any reason to believe that HCD will accept our housing element if there's not compliance with a general plan, meaning it's an element of a general plan? And do we have any reason to believe that they will accept it if it is not consistent or in compliance with our general plan?
Thank you, council member. So I'll elaborate a little bit. Hypothetically, if we don't have a general plan adopted with these different density categories, for instance, then what we would end up doing is looking at programs in the housing element that require modifications to our general plan land use designations and or our zoning code so that we can get to the numbers that are ultimately in the sites inventory and ultimately meet the RENA plus the 15% buffer.
So if I may just follow up on that, does that mean that if that were the case, then modifications to the 2020 general plan would have to accompany the submission that we make to HCD for the housing element?
Those programs, which are currently called action items in our current housing element, would be actions that we would have to take within a short time frame to accommodate those to accommodate the requirements of HCD to make those sites viable.
Thank you. I had another question, if I may. I was looking to see the actions of the Housing Element Advisory Board, and I could not find the minutes from the May 5th and May 19th meetings. Did the Housing Element Advisory Board take a vote on recommending the sites that we're reviewing tonight? And is it possible to provide minutes from those meetings for completeness for the council?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Hudas. Minutes for those two meetings have not been completed yet. The Housing Element Advisory Board did make a formal recommendation, and those two meeting minutes for May 5th and May 19th will be included in the June 16th Housing Element Advisory Board staff report and packet.
And did they take a vote?
Yes, they did take a vote.
Could you tell us what the results were?
Let me look that up. 1 minute. Thank you.
And as staff is pulling up that data, I just want to remind the council member and the public that all of our meetings, I believe the audio recordings should be available on the website for those who are curious.
And Councilmember Hudas, I'm looking through my notes from the last Housing Element Advisory Board meeting, and the motion passed 12-0.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see any more questions. Let me go to the public. Would any members of the public wish to address us on this agenda item? Okay, let's hear from Mr. Capobres. Okay, it looks like you're unmuted, but I'm not hearing anything. Sometimes that means an old version of Zoom, or your mic's not plugged in correctly. Or maybe you want to log out and log back in. Still not hearing anything.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can, yay.
I really do apologize about that. Mayor, I'm sorry, and council members, apologies. Again, I'm Don Capobres, and I'm representing the interests of Grosvenor Americas tonight. We did submit a letter as a desk item earlier today. And after almost 2 years of listening to stakeholders in town, we find ourselves working on a planning application for phase 2 of the North 40 in really kind of complicated times. And we, which includes our affordable housing partner, Eden Housing, very much would like to help the housing requirements that the town faces while delivering a mixed-use project with the open space plan that has been received very well by the public. Unfortunately, complicated building types that require structured parking are just very difficult to make feasible at this moment. And our housing legal counsel has stressed to us the importance of being realistic about the housing that we can deliver when it comes to the housing element. We hope, as we believe is true based on our conversation with staff, that the general plan density, however, remains at 20 units per acre, if not more, for the North 40. We're very hopeful to deliver more housing as the economic future becomes more clear. As for affordability, while we work hard with Eden Housing to deliver housing affordability that has not been seen in town, as we have done in phase 1, we do not anticipate developing a project that includes the exact affordability mix shown. And we know this is an iterative process, but needed to kind of submit that for the record. And I'm happy to take any questions. Again, apologies for the audio problem.
Okay, I don't see any questions for you. All right, thank you, Mr. Capobres. Any other speakers on this item from the public? Don't see any, so I'll close public comments. and come back to council for discussion and ultimately a motion. Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I had a few questions about the North 40 numbers. Let's see if I get this right. The staff report is saying that there's a reduction in the suggested numbers in Tier 1. And is that, what reduction is that from? Is it from the 35 remaining units that are allowed under the specific plan and the application, or is it from something else? And whatever that else is, has that been reviewed by the Planning Commission or Council?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Hudis. I'll start and additional staff may want to follow up. But right now, under the Tier 1 site list, staff is not proposing to amend the North 40 specific plan to reduce the density for the North 40 sites. What this chart is simply showing is a reduced number of units that could be proposed under the parcels that are currently owned by Grosvenor. So you'll see under the column draft 2040 general plan dwelling units per acre, there are 13 dwelling units per acre shown, and that's simply to illustrate a reduced number of units generated as requested by the applicant. So at this time, we're not proposing to amend the specific plan to move forward with the reduced density. It's just a mathematical calculation to show a reduced number of units.
And Councilmember Hudis, just a little further on, I think where you're going, or what the question is looking for. In the one of the original draft sites inventories that we had provided to the Housing Element Advisory Board, as I'm sure most folks are aware, the current density for the specific plan area is 20 dwelling units per acre. So with the approximately 20 acres left in the remainder of the North 40, there was a number of, I believe, 390. And those units, based on input from Grosvenor, reducing approximately 15 acres of that, reduced that number down to 200 on their site, and then I'll have to do the calculation for the other ones real quick. 1 second.
282.
So thank you. That's helpful. And I think it was mentioned also in the desk item that ultimately we've heard from members of the public and through other comments in the Housing Element Advisory Boards that there is some interest in potentially having more units in the North 40. If more units are ultimately proposed, it would require a specific plan amendment, at least one, to increase that number, the total number that's currently in there above the 270. And it may require other amendments depending on what type of housing is proposed in that northern district, because currently housing is only allowed in the specific plan above commercial, and that's not what we've been seeing for the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee application that was reviewed and other comments that we've received.
So I had a follow-up on that, if I may. So I understand that the what's remaining of the 270 is about 35 units, so there would have to be a zoning change essentially to that property. The question I had is, didn't HCD, isn't there a recent HCD letter that says that Santa Clara County population growth being more than 2 million now requires 30 dwelling units per acre as the default? Is that correct? And would that apply to the North 40?
Thank you, Council Member. You are correct. The default density is now 30 dwelling units per acre. It was 20. That doesn't mean that the council ultimately has to approve a specific plan amendment to increase it. What that default density does is allow us to, through the exercise of the housing element, allocate more of those units to affordable units. And that's what was done exactly in the previous housing element. If you take a look back at the housing element for the North 40, actually all of the units were allocated in below moderate categories. And so this is what the purpose of the default density is. It allows jurisdictions to, once you hit a certain density range, they assume it's affordable by right. And so ultimately, that's what we need to get to, but that doesn't mean that we necessarily have to increase the density, because obviously if you took just the 40 acres, even at 20, that would be 800. So ultimately, we don't necessarily have to get to that point. It just limits the amount of affordability. And you can see that in the distribution that we have currently, which has a fair number of above moderate units as well, which is a little different than some of the other sites in the inventory.
I guess, again, would we be confident that HCD would approve that area at 20 units per acre rather than 30 units per acre that they're asking for? And the reason I ask is it's significant size. And so, just calculating it looked like we would be able to plan for 553 units as compared to the 282 that's currently in that table. So it's about double the number if we were required to do this at 30. So I'm asking again, are we confident that we could do this at 20 units per acre?
Thank you. I'm confident that we could keep it at 20 units per acre. The only thing that triggers is that, again, we can't have the more units in the below market categories as we will if it was a minimum of 30 dwelling units per acre. That would give us that, approximately 600, which I think you said 583 for the remainder. Now, obviously, we would tick that back a little bit as well. We've given the input that we've heard from Grosvenor, but I would say, yes, you're correct. That would be kind of the typical maximum if we did decide to go to a 30 dwelling units per acre through that exercise.
Okay, thanks. I have questions on other things, but that's all I have on the North 40.
If I could follow up first before you go on, I'm trying to understand. So the North 40, as an example, it shows half of the units are basically income restricted units. I don't, how's that going to happen, or how is it going to be financed? And again, is HCD going to accept that this would really happen?
So again, I think it's important to show that we need to have plans in place. They may comment on the distribution. I think if you look at the first phase as an example, and Mr. Cabobre's mentioned that they're considering partnering with Eden Housing again. So I think given the tax credit financing environment, they're generally going to be all very low units like they were in the first phase, except for the one manager unit. So that's going to get us probably somewhere in the area of that 50 for the very low. We probably have, we then would have our normal potential other units. And so that's where the buffer really comes into place, is where if we don't hit these targets that are sites that are in the inventory, that's where you have that buffer. Otherwise, we need to pull in other sites so that we don't trigger the no net loss impacts that we need to make sure that we avoid.
So does that mean that we need another site? So we think that it's probably we're going to hit the 50 very low, but we won't get the 30 low. So in our buffer, do we need to have an extra 30 somewhere?
So we currently have a 15% buffer. There's a number of ways to look at this. Obviously, I think the important point is going to be when we get that initial feedback after we send the initial draft to HCD. That's where we'll really get some input from them. And then we'll have to maybe look at modifying some of these numbers for some or all of these sites. So I think the important piece is to get a comprehensive draft sites inventory, which we think this is, and then get that to HCD and get their feedback so that we can make adjustments moving forward.
And one more question on the North 40. So I wasn't completely clear to me, why are we trying to keep it at 20 units per acre? Is it because they want to also have commercial on that acreage? Or is it
We're-
the build, the economics only work for 20 units per acre?
So the current specific plan has a density of 20 units per acre. That's why we're maintaining that. There may be future discussions about increasing that, but those will be down the road.
Okay. I'll go back to Councilmember Hudis with other questions. Unless anybody else have question on North 40. I don't see any, so go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, this is on a little bit different. This is on SB 9. As you know, SB 9 is now the law. It calls for essentially upzoning or allowing more homes, and Los Gatos in our urgency ordinance has implemented with a size restriction that allows for some affordable homes to be built. I can't find in any of this any planning for SB 9 production. I think I've asked the question a few times, and I believe the response was that we don't have any history, so we can't project. But other communities are projecting SB 9, and in reading the March of 2022 guidance from HCD, they have 4 criteria which would enable communities to use SB 9 production as part of their RENA, meeting their RENA calculations. I don't see anything about history in those 4 criteria. So again, I would like to ask what approximate projection we might get over the next 8 years of SB 9 housing. That the law was passed for a reason, and the reason was to create some housing. So we're recognizing 0. What's the reason for not including any projection of SB 9?
Thank you for the question. We have included the SB 9 applications that we've received so far in the pending pipeline projects. So we have received a couple, but there hasn't been enough since we just began this process to project what we will keep receiving, but that has been accounted for at this point, and I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. And Councilmember Hudis, yes, we'll continue to, again, as we go through this process, we're hopeful that we're going to get additional guidance. We'll definitely look at other jurisdictions. Again, whether or not their justification is going to be successful will, partly be dependent on, maybe how many applications they have. But as we receive applications, and the majority of ours have been for lot splits, so it's not even units yet. We have very few, I think maybe 1 for actual units. And so as we move through that process, that might allow us, depending on the number of applications we receive and justification that we can provide to HCD, we may be able to break them out of the pipeline projects. But for now, we're including those in the pipeline projects. And as we receive those, we'll continue to include those in pipeline projects. But we may get to a point where we may be able to make some assumptions and provide some justification to HCD that we can get to a similar place where we are with ADUs, where we have that kind of 3-year history of roughly 25 units per year that actually are going to building permit, because that's really the trigger that they look at. Otherwise, we need to keep them in the pipeline status.
Yeah, so I would just suggest, and you probably have, and probably the consultants have, but to take a look at that March guidance, there are 4 elements that it says to utilize projections based on SB 9 toward a jurisdiction's regional housing need allocation. The housing element must, and then there are 4 points that are listed. Reading them, they seem reasonable, and they do seem like consistent with the intent of SB 9, which was to create some housing. And so I find it really, really challenging to think that we're projecting all kinds of other things, but we won't project these where there is some guidance. So I again, we're not in the part of where we're making motions and things, but I think that there is information available, and I would suggest that staff take a look at that if they haven't already.
If I may respond to that question further. In looking at that specific section, Councilmember Hudis, that you are pointing out, it does include some specific direction that talks about, for example, including site-specific inventory of the sites and a projection of how many of those, projections for how many of those might be developed. And so including an analysis, something that projects how many of the sites that might qualify for SB 9 would actually redevelop over the next 8 years. That is the component of those 4 requirements that would be difficult to develop because we have no history on which to base those projections. So it is still relying on having some sort of projection of how many parcels would be redeveloped. That is the first item that is listed there. And so as other staff has mentioned, that is of concern. But as has also been mentioned, we will keep an eye on this. We continue to work with HCD to try and get projections. And anytime there is an opportunity to include additional units through programs or other means, we are eager and looking for those.
Well, just one last question on this. Is staff aware that other communities are making projections based on their ADU history, at some portion of their ADU history to project their SB 9?
We are continuing to connect with other agencies to see what projections they're doing. We are doing a projection for our own ADUs, for the number of ADUs that would be included in this, but we can look further into whether the projections of ADUs might also translate into projections connected with other programs like SB 9.
Thank you.
Okay. Council members, motion, more questions? Councilmember Badami.
I'm not ready for a motion and I don't have a question, but I'm going to add to the discussion tonight, and that our goal here is to provide affordable housing and comply with state mandates. I'm trying to reconcile what we learned in an April 6, 2022 study session on the nuts and bolts of affordable housing with the site selection. And during that study session, we had town council present, the planning commission, and the Housing Element Advisory Board, along with a panel of experts. So for me, and I hope for others, the takeaway was that targeted high-density zoning is going to be the most reasonable and feasible way to achieve our numbers in a realistic manner, in being productive, in serving our community, and again, complying with the state. When I look at some of the sites, and maybe we'll get specific as the conversation goes on, but one of the things that wasn't used as criteria in determining the sites was safety, a safety analysis perhaps. And we have to realize that a lot of Los Gatos is in a wildfire area, and it's a huge concern. Homeowners cannot get fire coverage for their homes, and if they do, it's very prohibitive. So if we're going to place homes in to serve the low income category, I think that's going to put a hardship on them if they're placed in some of these areas that we have. So along with that, we have to be concerned about evacuation and traffic management. So I'm going to use, for example, the site selections of the Los Gatos Lodge and Alberta Way. They're within a quarter mile of each other. The Lodge, we have 352 proposed units. And on Alberta, we have 207 proposed units. Also located on Alberta at this moment is approximately 300 homes, a restaurant, a hotel, and a proposed 70,000 square foot office building. And just across the highway, still within this quarter mile stretch, is another hotel. So you have to consider that should we have a catastrophe such as a wildfire or an earthquake, and we have to have an evacuation and save lives, we have to consider that in this stretch alone, with 2-car households, that you could easily have in excess of 2,000 vehicles in a quarter of a mile, navigating one lane of ingress, one lane of egress on dead-end streets. I think it's imperative that we consider safety, traffic management, and most importantly, not endangering our public in the event of a catastrophe. And I think we have to consider this as we develop our sites. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis.
Thanks. Councilmember Badami brings up, I think, what is one of the core questions that I have about how we've developed this site list. And that is, what are the principles or criteria that we're using for developing them? It's, to look at a list and to say, do you like these? And do they meet technical criteria is really, it's not the cart before the horse. It's to me, it's the cart without a horse. It's very hard to prioritize if we don't know what we're trying to achieve. And so when Councilmember Badami brings up safety and compliance and the probability of hazards, that to me could be a very important criterion. I mean, another one might be proximity to transportation. So do we want to locate our densest housing sites closest to transportation, or do we want to spread our housing evenly across the whole town? That's a principle we could look at. I think Councilmember Badami mentioned minimizing traffic impacts. That would be another one. Another one might be attempting to achieve neighborhood compatibility even as density increases. And what I'm talking about specifically here are things like hillside and historic considerations. And then our residents expressed a bunch of needs in the surveys. And so how well does a site match up with those needs that were expressed by residents? Or how well does a site overcome some of the challenges that our residents expressed in that same survey about the kinds of housing issues that they're having? So it seems like working through a list of sites isn't only a technical exercise about how much can we fit, and but it's also what do we want, and what are some guidelines for that were used for this. And I do recall we did this when we did the housing element last time, and I noted that Mr. Piasecki proposed sort of early on in the process 5 criteria, and they're a little different than the ones that I've mentioned, but some of them are overlap a bit. And so it seems like it would be really helpful in sorting through which sites to include or not, that we put some more work into the criteria that we're going to use, and that ultimately will affect our residents in a profound way. The reason for this is that when it starts getting real, when residents realize that a very dense area of housing is going to be right next to where they live, we're going to have to help them understand why that was done, and what were the reasons, what was, not just technical reasons of we needed to hit this number, but what were we trying to achieve in our community? And so I would suggest, and I'm willing to put some of this into a motion if we're at that point, but I do think it's very important that the council and then the Housing Element Advisory Board understand what are the decision criteria that we're going to have. I don't know, Mayor, if you are ready for a motion.
Well, you can make a motion if you like. I mean, it doesn't have to pass, or maybe it will.
I think there's a lot of rich discussion going on about the practicalities of housing and neighborhood considerations and other pieces. As I recall, there were some basic guidelines in terms of not adding more housing to our wildland urban interface and really trying to stay away from places that had natural threats. We did look at major corridors, some of which have transit. And I also recall that the Housing Element Advisory Board had quite a bit of discussion of making sure that housing sites were distributed across the community, again, not by going up into the hillsides or places that are challenging, but by making sure that we had equitable distribution. And perhaps, Joel, I know they weren't spelled out in the same way that we listed the criteria for the tier 1, tier 2, but there were some common sense pieces that were established as part of the Housing Element Advisory Board work and part of our own site selection when we came forward with this. So I don't want the council and the public to think that this is just a numbers exercise. There was a lot of thought and a lot of analysis that got us to this point, as well as the housing board literally talking about every single site. So they really considered this very thoughtfully. They understand the parameters of the town and what it takes to maintain Los Gatos as a wonderful place to live. So I'll stop there and offer if Director Paulson wants to add any more.
Thank you, Town Manager. You're correct. So none of the sites on the inventory are in the wildland urban interface. The town has, pretty limited corridors where we are looking to potentially increase the density to above that 30 dwelling units per acre. And those are predominantly where the sites are. There was a lot of discussion, and I know potentially Councilmember or Vice Mayor Risto or Councilmember Sayak might have some additional input, but none of the sites are in the very high fire hazard severity zone. Traffic is always has been, going to continue to be an issue, and that will get addressed as projects come forward. They will look at that. Ultimately, I think, we're going to have, and I think this is great to have these discussions amongst council and get the different perspectives and input. And as Town Manager Pavetti mentioned, it's not a numbers exercise, but we do need to look at those specific corridors where we're looking to increase density and or other little commercial sites that are, kind of in that neighborhood commercial, those outlying grocery store anchored chains and the limited commercial opportunities there for mixed use. And so it's really looking at the mixed use opportunities there. And again, I think it will be helpful. And I think Councilmember Hughes mentioned it, but a couple of things. One is providing direction that we want to look at opportunities for SB9, look at opportunities for making sure that we are considering, whether it's transportation or fire hazards or other hazards as we ultimately get to what will end up in the initial draft of the housing element before we send that to HCD.
And Mr. Paulson, could you remind us, so, if we don't like what's suggested in tier 1, we really have to take something out of tier 2 or maybe something tier 3 instead, right? And remind us why things are in tier 2 and why things are in tier 3.
I could answer that question. Thank you
Sure.
for the question. So there's 3 different tiers that we looked at. The tier 1 included gross lot areas that are in excess of a half acre. We looked at zoning and the draft general plan land use designation. There was also property interest forms that were provided to the town that were included in the tier 1. And also we looked at just previous interest in residential development that the towns received in the past. So those items were also included in the tier 1. And then sites that have already been included in the housing element. So there's a lot of other nuances in there, but those were some of the main frames for tier 1. Tier 2 was, again, gross lot area in excess of the ½ acre. They were the majority shopping centers with long-term tenants, so that would be harder to commit to the housing. That's why they would be in a tier 2. Churches, town parking lots, banks, and sites that are less likely to develop in housing. So there's still some potential in some of those items or in some of those sites, but those were why we placed those in tier 2. And there was a lot of discussion with the HEB regarding that. And then tier 3 were lots that were really small, so less than ½ acre, which is this HCD criteria, or lots that are greater than 10 acres. And then not zoned for residential use, or they currently have active planning applications for non-residential applications. So those were the tier 3. So some of those people really liked, but we already had planning applications for those.
And let me ask specifically, so I've always thought, somebody mentioned we should put it near transit, and there's potential sometime in the future of light rail coming down to the Winchester station there. We have 2 items in tier 2 that we didn't use, which is the Vasona Shopping Center. So from what you just said, we didn't use Vasona Shopping Center because there's no interest in redeveloping that. Is that correct?
That's correct. We didn't receive any property owner interest forms for that site, and they're also based on some of the long-term tenants. We chose to not include that in tier 1.
And that just means HCD might have less chance of accepting it in our element, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Although if we argued it's near potential future transit, maybe they would like it better. And then the second one, 206 Knowles, you don't have any housing units there. And if I remember, that one had to be rezoned. Is that why you didn't include that one?
So are you looking?
So thank you. So on the last page in the Winchester Boulevard area, 206 Knowles is included, and it includes 96 units. So it's just under the AHAS site, which is the 110 Knowles. So we did include that. That was direction from the Housing Element Advisory Board. And I would just say, from the light rail perspective, I think that we'd have a hard time justifying to HCD that light rail is going to be there in the next 8 years, and that would be a valid reason to include that. Doesn't mean we couldn't include it. And I think, we'll probably end up having further conversations about, as you can note on the total, we're already a little bit over what the RENA plus the 15% buffer is. So there's some opportunity, again, as these sites ebb and flow, as pipeline projects ebb and flow, as we get additional interest forms or receive input that folks aren't interested, these numbers are going to change up until we send that initial draft. So it's ultimately going to be up to the council as to, there could be direction that says, when we submit the initial draft, we don't want to have any more units than the RENA plus the 15% buffer. And so we can take that direction. Ultimately we can have the sites. We may move a handful of units between the different categories so that we don't have an excess, but ultimately that's always an option.
Okay, let me go to Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. Well, a few minutes ago, Ms. Pribetti and Mr. Paulson were kind enough to outline the wildland urban interface area. But I would just like to highlight the fact that there still is a risk of wildfire, even if it's not located in that area. And I'm looking at areas, believe it or not, the downtown is considered a wildfire area. College Avenue, Hicks Road, Bean Avenue. People that live in the Almond Grove area cannot find homeowners insurance. And if they do, it can be quite costly. So it's just something that I think we need to consider, that should we have a wildfire that travels down from a hillside and travels onto the downtown, that we're still going to have traffic management problems. And then again, if we're looking for affordability issues for the low income segment of our population, it will put another hardship on them as well. So I just wanted to clarify that wildfire risk is not just the wildland urban interface area.
Thank you for that clarification. You're absolutely right, council member. And actually looking at the 3 downtown sites, we might have a couple that are in the WUI, so we'll double check that. But ultimately, you're 100% right. Even if they're not located in the WUI or the very high fire hazard severity zone, those people are still going to have to potentially come down through these areas that aren't in that designation. So it still has the same potential challenges associated with it.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I mean, this is hard. The council before us, there were council members before us talking about be ready for 2,000 housing units. And, that felt like an inconceivable number. This is not an easy thing to do. And I think as the sites came up, the staff and the Housing Element Advisory Board had to look at sites where it made the most sense. Does this sound like, oh, this is going to be perfect? We've got sites, we're going to add 2,000 housing units and nothing's going to change. No. And so as we look at these sites, we have to choose sites where development makes sense. I think we haven't looked at anything in the hillsides. We've only identified sites that are essentially flat and that are along major corridors and are near services, so that on a routine basis, we won't create maximum traffic. Obviously, when traffic comes up or wildfire comes up, those are issues everybody's concerned about. Those were not issues HCD allowed anyone to take into account when they were trying to object to their numbers or try to appeal their numbers. So these are our numbers. We have to make the best choices possible. My suspicion is that these won't even get built in the next 8 years, looking at the way construction goes, but we have to plan for this. And I think we want to be mindful that we're planning housing in places where there's mixed use, in places where height makes sense, because as was pointed out, targeted density is going to be important. So we are going to be looking at greater height and more dense housing. And that does make a lot of sense, actually, right near a freeway. That's the shortest distance to the freeway, is near a freeway. So North 40 or the Lodge, locations that are very close to and freeway ramps create less surface traffic within town. I think we can try to analyze parameters forever. It's going to be hard to locate places that not only make the most sense in town, but will be approved by HCD. And I suspect this will be an iterative process. We're going to submit this, and there may be landowners who turn around and say, we're not going to develop at that density. Or there's another site that we hadn't considered where somebody changes their mind about development. But right now, the tier 1 are our best opportunity for creating a plan that makes the most sense and will be approved and allow us to move on and come up with these other traffic mitigation implementation plans. Thinking about evacuation, we have to think about that anyway. Right now, with our population, if every person got in a car, we'd be gridlocked anyway. So we need to think about how we get people to safe places, not just on the road randomly. So I hear everybody's frustration and concern. I also feel like a great deal of work and thought went into getting us to this point. And I think it's really important for council members to weigh in on this, but we can't start this whole process over. We've already taken the most important criteria into account. That's my opinion anyway. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I agree with everything that Councilmember Risto said, particularly about it being difficult and appreciating the work and thought that's gone into it. And so my concern is not that we start over, but in order to make some of the trade-off decisions about what's in tier 1 or what might be promoted from tier 2 to tier 1, if we were to take something out, that it would be helpful. And that's where I would like to make a motion to help move the process along. If that's okay, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's 6 parts to it. Some are process oriented. Let me try to cover those first. The first one is a basic. It's understood by staff. I think it's important that council have a voice in it, and that is do not exceed the RENA allocation by more than a 15% buffer, but analyze additional sites that could be included if HCD rejects the town's housing element, and wait until the housing element is accepted or rejected before proposing anything in excess of that RENA plus 15%. The second one, again, which I would say is process and decision-making oriented, is to work with the council, planning commission, and housing element advisory board to develop and document a set of principles by which sites are being prioritized and selected. I think that it's being done implicitly, and I think it would be important to recognize what are the factors that we use to make the decision. The third one would be to utilize projections based on SB 9 per HCD guidance on 322 fact sheet and any other guidance or experience that we have from other communities. The fourth one is fairly specific, and it relates to the conversation we had on the North 40. And that would be to drop the North 40 282 units from tier 1, or to increase the number of units such that it complies with the 30 unit per acre that seems to be the HCD standard. So I think we're partway in between with North 40, and we should either drop the 282 or increase the density so that we are getting close to 553 units from there. The reasons for that would be, for dropping it, would be that we already have a great intensity of development there that is causing now traffic and other issues. It would be good to take a break on that area. The second reason is that there's not a requirement to include it, since it's not zoned for more than 35 units. So it's not in either general plan. And it's been recently rezoned by court order. And if we were to drop it, then we would promote some of the areas from tier 2. It looked to me like there were 627 units in tier 2 that could get considered, that wouldn't necessarily have that issue of being below the 30 unit per acre. And then just to sort of process cleanup elements, one would be to get a vote by the Housing Element Advisory Board on recommended site that meet the principles and development criteria. So this would be to link the sites to the criteria. And the last one would be to bring the work product back, including the results of the survey and the Balancing Act, community engagement, to the council with the Housing Element Advisory Board recommendations. I know there were some raw results from the survey and the balancing act, but I wasn't able to draw any conclusions from that. I think that'd be really helpful in coming to the council. So that's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second for the motion? Councilmember Badami?
Second.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, Vice Mayor?
Okay, first, I probably should have asked this question from the beginning. Have all the council members used the balancing act tool and tried it? And if you haven't, I would recommend it. It's interesting and it's difficult. I have a concern with item 1 of the 6-part. Well, my concern is that if we say 15% buffer max, I'm okay with that for the submission. My guess is, depending on how difficult HCD views our sites to develop, they may or may not require a larger buffer. So I have a question for staff. Have they stated what size buffer we need, and could that buffer change?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We've heard 15 to 30%. We're going forward with the 15%. There are other jurisdictions that are using higher buffers, but we plan to move forward with the 15% buffer. And so we're comfortable with that at this point. I would just offer that, appreciate the detailed input. I'm a little concerned from a timing perspective. If we go back, develop criteria, analyze all the sites, go back to Housing Element Advisory Board, go back to council, we're not going to get this initial draft to HCD until sometime in the late fall. So that's my only concern from a staff perspective. Again, if the council decides to move forward with that, we will do what we can to speed those timeframes up, but that's my only.
Right, if I can continue. So I think the Housing Element Advisory Board worked through and was comfortable with the criteria that was used to determine which sites were in tier 1. And choosing something from tier 2 means it's less likely to be approved by HCD, which is why we primarily stuck with tier 1. In addition, my concern with the North 40 is we can't zone it at 30 units an acre because we already have a letter from the developer stating that they won't develop it at that density. So there's no possibility that, well, I'll let the staff weigh in, but in my opinion, I don't see how we could possibly identify a site where we have documented information to the contrary.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think that might be challenging as well. What I will say is there may be an opportunity. There's an additional, again, approximately 5 acres that they may have a different perspective. So that would, get that component up to about 150 units for that remaining 5 acres. So I don't want to say there's not a possibility. I would say it'd be challenging given the documentation that we currently have for the bigger portion, the approximately 15 acres. But we're willing to move forward again with whatever council's direction is, and then we'll just see where HCD, whether or not they think that's feasible and reasonable.
Okay, and I think the Housing Element Advisory Board did talk about the fact that those remaining 5 acres could potentially be zoned higher, because we haven't heard anything to the contrary or at all from those landowners. But I would be loath to drop the North 40. That is an opportunity to get housing in a place that makes a lot of sense. And if you look at the distribution, we know that it's going to have a number of affordable housing units. So for those reasons, I would not be able to support this motion as it is bundled together.
Okay, Councilmember Sack.
Thanks. So I've been listening to the conversation, and a couple of thoughts, and and one I'm going to ask staff to weigh in with some clarifying questions. I realize that a lot of this is kind of overwhelming, especially when you look at tier 1, tier 2, and 3. And so I want to just pause and acknowledge that both Vice Mayor Risto and I are on the Housing Element Advisory Board. And so we've had the opportunity to sit with these different sites for multiple meetings now. And I think for a variety of reasons, I will not be supporting the motion. I think what might be more helpful in today's discussion is understanding everyone's concerns. And I appreciate hearing from Councilmember Hudis and Councilmember Badami. I'd actually like to see, instead of moving from having a discussion on hypotheticals, we've identified all the sites, we've identified the reasons they're on the different tiers. Could we just use the conversation tonight to move things around? If a majority of council members feel that we should take something off of tier 1, then let's replace it with tier 2. I think we've already identified what is possible. And having sat with every single site now, I think the Housing Element Advisory Board has tried to come up with an inventory that gives us the numbers with the criteria that we feel fit. And I understand that even though it's a recommendation, our council colleagues may not agree with it. I think it might be helpful to see, well, what sites exactly is not, does the majority not want? Can we find a site on tier 2 that is acceptable to move it up? And I'd rather have that type of a conversation today that allows us to move this forward, but still meets everyone's needs without setting us back and ultimately not getting this in time. So I know that's a big task, but I think that would actually be far more helpful for me rather than going back to a theoretical conversation. And Mr. Paulson, if you could just remind us, I know we're on a deadline. What is the process? I know it ultimately goes to HCD. We are anticipating we will get feedback. So it will be coming back to us for probably one more cycle. But if you could just remind us all of what this realistic process will look like once we submit.
Thank you, Councilmember Sayoc. So generally, there's a new requirement that before the draft goes to HCD for the first initial draft, that it be out into the public realm for 30 days. And then we respond to comments prior to submitting it to HCD. We're hearing from HCD that first review is a 90-day cycle. So we will get comments from HCD, then we will obviously have to look at whatever modifications we need to do to address their comments. Then we would need to go back to the Housing Element Advisory Board, and again, probably have a check-in with council. Then we would have to resubmit a second draft of the housing element. That draft is a 60-day review cycle. And so then hopefully at that point, we've addressed all of their concerns, and then they ultimately agree to certify the housing element. Then we go back through the public hearing process with the Planning Commission and the council for ultimate adoption. So that's generally the process at a high level.
Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. A couple things with regard to the North 40. While I understand that current economic conditions are driving the comments from a developer, I do not think that that is a overriding concern for planning for housing, whether the economic conditions will allow 20 units or, their proposal is for 13 units or 12 units per acre, which is way below what the state is. So that would be, I think, completely inappropriate for our decision-making to be driven by the developer. That's not the way it's supposed to work. So if the town feels that is an appropriate site, as I agree with the vice mayor that it is, if we think that it's appropriate to meet the minimum that we're being required across town, which is 30, then that's what I think we need to do. Whether we have a support from the developer or not. You don't, this idea of the support letter is a good thing. It's untested, and certainly trying to assess the economic feasibility of each of these sites, I think would be a major mistake, and I don't think that will happen with HCD. The other thing to consider, and this is where I have bigger concerns with going down the path of selecting sites or cherry picking sites, is that I think the council has a responsibility to set strategy and direction for the town, what type of housing, where we want it generally, and then hand it off to a group that can do the work and figure it out. And so I think that going down the path of making a recommendation and cherry picking items or adding or subtracting items without having done that is really the council not doing its job. And so I would have a hard time participating in that at this point. We should have done that with the general plan, but that is not before us yet. And absent the council even weighing in on the densities that are in the general plan that are now being used to develop this housing element, this, to me, a way to remedy that is to work on our criteria as a group and to come up with some criteria. And I think the exercise of looking at this list and picking and certifying it or subtracting or adding to it without the council doing its fundamental job, I just am very uncomfortable with that process.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. My impression is the 30 units an acre is for 100% affordable.
Thank you, council member or vice mayor, sorry. Yes, theoretically, once we hit that default density, and that would have to be a minimum of 30 dwelling units per acre, then that is where we could provide the units as all affordable, as is done in the tier 1 for sites that are currently draft general plan designated at up to 40 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. And then regarding the North 40, I mean, is it, okay, I agree with Councilmember Hudes, this shouldn't be driven by a developer, but I also agree that affordable housing is going to be completely driven by economics. We can't ignore that. And so if somebody says they can't develop it, they can't develop it. Conditions may change. Why is it only 13 units an acre? Is it because it's mixed use? I mean, when I saw at CDAC or what I've seen elsewhere, it seemed like there was some higher density housing. And I realize you're not the developer, but looking back at those numbers, that does seem like a lower density. Can you explain how in that part of the North 40, it ended up being 13 units an acre?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So based on the letter from Grosvenor's attorneys, they mentioned the maximum of 195 units, and that was over 15 acres, which is roughly 13 dwelling units per acre. Again, we're not proposing to change the density, and we can look at other potential solutions depending on how a second phase or an additional phase comes forward as to whether or not there's some pretty clear separation, and maybe we are looking at a smaller subset, which gets us closer to that 20 dwelling units per acre, because we'd be looking at less acreage of that 15 acres. But that's something that we'd move forward with. We just used it based on the approximately 15 acres and the assumption that was provided of 195 units for those 15 acres.
Okay, thank you. Because then my impression is there actually is higher density housing planned there. It's just there's other acreage that is either open space or office or whatever, something else, and it averages out to 13 units an acre.
So we're utilizing, again, the total acreage, again, approximately 15 acres at 195 units. Like I mentioned, that residential component may be a smaller subset, and you may be able to utilize that justification to say that, again, they're going to be at the 20 dwelling units per acre, for instance, or something higher, up to the 30, to Councilmember Hudis's point. But we don't have a plan. We don't have an application. We can't make that judgment at this point. So we're using the conservative judgment of the entire component of that Grosvenor next phase. And I believe Town Manager Pavetti might have some additional.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Director Paulson is right. We don't know what subset of land will ultimately be just for housing. So again, we're being very conservative. But I do want to say that what's different this cycle for housing elements is that HCD is looking for documentation that these housing sites are real. So as much as we may not like hearing what a property owner wants to do with its land, and we want to be in control of our land use planning, which is in the purview of a city council. In this case, HCD is going to look at that documentation. And if we have a letter on file that says 13 units to the acre, or a number, then that's going to be the number that they're going to look to. So we're just asking for HCD to reject our housing element if we put in more numbers than what a property owner thinks they can do within 8 years.
Okay, thank you. And then one more follow on. So for the tier 1, where we have letters from other interested landowners, they have not the North 40 is different in that some plans have been shown around to community groups. The other properties, from what I've seen, the developer or the owner has just said they're interested in developing, but they haven't spelled out a maximum or minimum density. And so at that point, knowing that they could be developed, we can then make some assumptions and make some optimistic assumptions about how that property could be developed. Is that correct? And then without evidence to the contrary, that we could then say, okay, it'll be 30 units an acre, as long as nobody says, no, we're not going to do that.
Yes, we can definitely make those assumptions. And some of those sites are sites that you've seen, or that the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee has seen. We've actually had a couple where they said, hey, based on the draft general plan at whatever phase it was at that point, you know, here's a development that we'd be looking to do that gets closer to that, you know, for instance, 40 dwelling units per acre. So, you know, those are in that subset as well. So, you know, we'll continue to push through that. And as we receive additional input, then we'll make those adjustments.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, I would just add that if we're in a situation where the only way to include the North 40 is to zone it at 12 or 13 units per acre, I would suggest that that's not a site that we ought to include. We have other sites that are in tier 2 that can get us 637 units that wouldn't be subject to the challenge by HCD that this is not meeting the 30 dwelling units per acre that they require. So it's just, for me, that's why I see it as sort of a binary thing. Either, either we drop the North 40 or we put it in, but with a zoning that's closer to what HCD would accept. Because we do have, other sites. I counted 627 units in the pink tier 2 that could be evaluated. So that's my thought on that specific site.
So
thank you, Councilmember Hudis. Just for clarification, sorry, Mayor, we're not changing. Currently, I think I mentioned before, currently the specific plan has a density of 20 dwelling units per acre. We are not changing that. We are just looking at the practicality of what we've seen in CDAC and what we've seen in letters. So we will not be modifying that to less than 20. But that, again, doesn't preclude us from increasing it for the specific plan, the remaining specific plan area, to something up to 30. It's just going to be challenging, as Town Manager Pavetti mentioned, for this 15-acre chunk. But that won't preclude us from potentially increasing that density to above 30 for the remaining 5 acres. So whatever those numbers work out to be.
Okay, I'm going to call the question, but I'll say that I'm not going to support the motion because I don't want to start the process over. We did give parameters. The council gave parameters at the beginning, and the Housing Element Board worked hard through this, and then the Planning Commission. And I think it would be bait and switch to tell them to go back and start over with a new set of parameters that we didn't give them to begin with. I think at this point, it's down to the council to do the work to figure out what we want where. I also am not going to support the elimination of the North 40. I think that's a good site because they are going to build, they are already planning to build the very low units there, or they're likely to build the very low units, and those are very difficult units to get. So that in my mind is kind of a priority, that any place we can make sure we get very low units should be something we definitely want to do. On the question about high fire, I think we can look through the list and decide if we want to move some around because we're worried about fire. I don't think we need to send those back for analysis. I think we can figure it out working at the council level. So I'm going to go ahead and call the question. Councilmember Hudis?
No, I'm sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Badami?
Yes.
Councilmember Sayak?
No.
Vice Mayor Risto?
No.
And the mayor votes no, so that motion fails. Would somebody like to make another motion or more comments? All right, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Did you have comments you wanted to make first, Mayor?
No, I was going to suggest a break, but if you're ready to make a motion, we can do that first.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously I'm biased because I was on the housing element and I'm open to discussion, but I move to approve the sites that were identified by the Housing Element Advisory Board and presented in this report.
Do I have a second? Looks like a second from Councilmember Sayak.
Yes, so it's a second.
Comments from council members? Councilmember Hudis?
I would ask the maker of the motion whether they would be interested in staff projecting SB9 units, as there are 0 SB9 units in the current plan.
I think that as the process moves on and as SB9 units or applications come forward before our final version goes to HCD, I thought staff had said they would be doing ongoing look to see if there was analysis. So before I agree to this, I would like to know from a staff perspective what this does to our process.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think as mentioned previously, we are including the applications we get on an ongoing basis in the pipeline projects, which are a part. But we also can, again, continue to look for guidance, look at other jurisdictions, what they're using for justification for projections, and maybe we separate those out from the pipeline and create a different bucket. That's something we definitely can look into.
Okay, then I'm amenable to that amendment.
Okay, and the seconder?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Any other comments? All right, let's call the question. Councilmember Sayak?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis?
No, and I would just explain that I think that it's the fundamental issue with this is that it is based on zoning changes that are upzoning that is proposed in the general plan that has not yet been adopted or agreed to by the council. And that's the fundamental issue that I have. I think the general direction of the site selection is on track. I think that it would be helped with parameters or decision criteria, and I think it could get there. But I at this point, it's based on some fundamental assumptions about upzoning across the town that have not been approved. So I'll vote no.
Councilmember Badami.
Also a no. I think I've made it clear that I'm not comfortable with the criteria that was used in selecting the sites, but most specifically would also be the draft 2040 general plan with the upzoning with all residential land uses across town that is yet to be adopted, if it gets adopted.
Vice Mayor Risto.
I would say that there will never be a plan where we can plan 2,000 housing units without upzoning, at least in these specific areas. So I will say aye.
And I think it's irrelevant whether we're looking at a general plan that's not passed yet or not. You know, we would have to upzone anyway. It's about choosing sites and where they should be. And if we remember back, the framework that the council gave was we want to focus around the commercial centers and upzone those commercial centers. And I don't care whether there's some other plan going in parallel. When you think about that, it seems irrelevant to me. So I'm going to vote yes on this, and that passes 3-2. And as you can tell, my voice is going downhill fast. So let's plan a 10-minute break now.
Yes, Mayor. Robert Gray, Chief Building Official.
So let's go ahead and get started.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Before you this evening is a discussion item regarding proposed electrification reach codes for the upcoming 2022 Green Building Standards Code. In November of 2019, the council at the time approved an ordinance requiring all new single-family homes, new ADUs, and new low-rise multifamily homes to comply with all electric construction and increased requirements for electric vehicle charging infrastructure and energy storage systems infrastructure. The staff report provides recommended language for additional reach codes for the 2022 code adoption cycle that will replace and expand the expiring 2019 codes. Council is being asked to provide direction that will allow staff to conduct additional public outreach and incorporate updated reach code language in the upcoming 2022 code adoption cycle in this fall. Staff from Silicon Valley Clean Energy assisted town staff in creating these recommendations, and they are here tonight to provide a brief presentation and assist with answering questions. With that, I'll ask them to introduce themselves and begin the presentation.
Thank you, Robert. Anthony Yulo from Silicon Valley Clean Energy, and I am joined by Farhad from TRC, our consultant on these efforts. Next slide, please. We're going to be zipping through these slides. I know you have a very packed agenda tonight, so we were going to give a 35-minute presentation, and we're going to do it in 5. So next slide. Really, what reach codes nowadays are come down to is electrification, because electrification is better for both the residents and the planet. So air quality and public health are one of the key things. And we're now seeing that NOx emissions, that's a criteria air pollutant, are significant from the use of fossil fuels, that is natural gas, in homes. So as you can see on this slide, in California, appliances emit more nitrogen oxides than all of the state's power plants, which is really a surprising fact. And then there's new research showing that in homes with gas stoves, children are 15% or more likely to have asthma. So we're learning that the use of natural gas in our buildings is not good for us. Next slide, please. When we look at building all electric, we note that doing this now, when a home is new or when a building is being substantially rehabbed, is so much more cost effective than doing it after the building has been built. So we know that California regulations and rules are heading towards decarbonization, electrification. So it makes all the sense in the world to build things now in our all electric mode. Next slide, please. Similarly, when we look at electric vehicle charging, adding the chargers during construction is incredibly more cost effective than trying to do it after a building has been built. I mean, if you think about it, you have to rip up all the hardscape, adding things into parking lots and other places, not to mention building the electrical infrastructure to the site. So installing EV charging during construction makes a ton of sense. We know that current California rules and regulations say, starting in 2035, all passenger vehicles are going to be electric. So it's just a matter of time before we need a massive increase in the amount of charging available at homes and other businesses. Thank you. People ask, well, isn't there a lot of natural gas in the electrical grid? And because you're an SVCE territory customer, the fuel mix is carbon free. So our fuel mix is carbon free today. The entire California grid is headed towards being carbon free by 2045. So getting electric use instead of natural gas use is the way to go. Next slide, please. Reach codes. So we're here to talk about reach codes, and reach codes are simply a local enhancement to the state's building code. So your building codes last about 3 years, that's the cycle. And by having a reach code, you're going extra, and going, in this instance, extra electric and extra EV charging in your code. And then next slide. So as Robert indicated, Los Gatos already adopted an all-electric reach code and an EV reach code in the last building code cycle. That expires by the end of this year. So the code now needs to be readopted as part of the standard triennial California code update process. And this is an opportunity to make some improvements and clarifications to your code. And so Farhad is going to hand it off to him, and he's going to take over on describing what the base code is and what the model code is. Next slide. Take it away, Farhad.
Good evening, Council. My name is Farhad with TRC, consultant to Silicon Valley Clean Energy. I have a background in mechanical design as well as state-level policymaking. I'll go into some of these items here. Next slide, please. The 2022 California Energy Code prefers an electric appliance to be installed for space heating and water heating and cooking in our residential and non-residential buildings. It does so by treating preferentially an electric appliance, specifically a heat pump appliance, for space heating and water heating purposes in Los Gatos climate zone. And in most non-residential buildings, if you build all electric, you actually get a performance credit under the new state's energy code. It also requires, if you do choose to install gas appliances, that these be pre-wired for future electrification to mitigate some of those infrastructure costs associated with retrofitting that Tony alluded to earlier. And there's higher ventilation rates required for gas stoves to mitigate the indoor pollution impacts that they present. Next slide, please. The all-electric code is relatively straightforward. It would require all-electric construction for residential and non-residential buildings. There would be a new construction definition available to the town if that's not already somewhere else in the code that's been adopted. And of course, there's the opportunity to also have exemptions for particular end uses that the town feels maybe it is not ready yet to be electric, although we try to close this loophole as much as possible. Next slide, please. On the EV infrastructure code side, we are sticking with the Los Gatos code. We think it's pretty strong. Having 2 receptacles in the garage is a good practice for code. But on the next slide, we do encourage Los Gatos to consider 100% EV access for all multifamily tenants. This is EV ownership, and EV charging at home is a key equity consideration. It has tremendous economic benefits, and we want to make sure that any multifamily resident has access at home. So we're promoting 40% level 2 EV chargers and 60% level 1 ready to use. This is quite far beyond where the state's code is under 2022 Cal Green, but the cost is not that much higher. Next slide, please. On the non-residential side, we do bifurcate the EV charging requirements between offices, which have longer dwell times versus all other non-residential building types. On offices, we require about 50%. We would recommend 50% EV chargers or EV circuits to be installed. But for all other non-residential buildings, it's essentially the same as the 2022 state code, just slightly more EV chargers being installed. Next slide, please. Back to you, Tony.
And that's the end of our slides that we're going to show you this evening. The options at this point for you to provide to your staff is to expand the REACH code to include non-residential construction, adopt the recommended clarified definition for new construction, and adopt the 22 model code for EV charging as Farhad just described it. With that, I'm sure we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, as well as Robert will.
Councilmember Hudis.
Thanks. What's the cost of the level 2 EV charging that's required? And is it just wiring in the 240 volt outlet, or does it require placing the charger as well?
So there's a mix of requirements in the multifamily. One would be 40% would be installing the charger, and then 60% would be installing the wiring. Is it particularly for the multifamily building that you're asking about, Councilmember?
I was asking about both, actually.
Right. So in a single family setting, no chargers required. In multifamily, 40% of dwelling units would have a charger, 60% would just have wiring. The cost depends on the specific configuration, but the level 2 chargers, it could be around $2,000 to $3,000, and for level 1, It's closer to about $1,000 to $1,500 per space.
And okay, so the chargers are not required in all cases, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Sometimes it's just the wiring.
Sometimes it's just the receptacle, and the vehicle owner has the option to bring their own charging cable and plug it in.
Okay, thank you.
But the difference is if there's a garage, a single person's dedicated garage, then it's just the wire and power access, as opposed to in a parking lot situation where you couldn't install your own charger. That's why that has to be done at the onset.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, let me open it up to the public for public comment at this point. Would any member of the public wish to address us? Looks like we have one hand, Jesse Bristow.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Jesse Bristow with Swenson Builders. We're a local developer and builder, we mainly build in the South Bay and Santa Cruz, Monterey Bay region. And certainly applaud the town for moving in this direction and adopting 100% electric. I just wanted to share some thoughts and considerations. We recently had a project entitled in Santa Cruz for 233 studios, and it's 100% electric. But as we transition away from gas, our transformer room doubled in size and our electrical room doubled in size. So as you move forward with designing projects and having certain zoning guidelines and lot coverages and things like that, please do keep in mind that there's utility access that's required by PG&E and the utility provider that has to be directly off the street. These transformers can't be put underground. The electrical rooms can, but then there has to be access. So again, this impacts the look and feel of the building, also impacts your developable site overall. I know the previous item we were talking about the housing element. So as those come online, those are things to take into consideration. So overall, again, these, as we move towards a more green future, they do impact the feasibility of trying to allocate all these transformers, all these electrical runs and things like that. And I guess other considerations would be, and I'm sure your consultants have looked into it, but just the grid, pulling that power, what happens during blackouts and things like that, and upgrading panels if that were to come to be. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Looks like Vice Mayor Risto, you have a question for the speaker?
I do. So in terms of this 100% electric building, Mr. Bristow, does it have solar panels on it as well? And do you have experience with, I'm not a solar engineer, so for a building that has solar on it, does that offset the size, or is that just another electrical thing to deal with and you still have the electrical room and the transformers?
Sure. So for that particular project, we did use a density bonus, and solar panels that, if they were put on the roof, would mainly only accommodate the common space. You need a lot more land to really make it, net zero. But it would just offset mainly your common space, especially if it's a very vertical building. But if you do have a larger block of a building, you can accommodate more solar panels. But in a typical 4 or 5 story building, it's just going to offset maybe your common space areas.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense for a tall, narrow building. I was just curious if solar helped with that. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, looks like no further questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Bristow. Would anybody else wish to speak to us on this item? Rob Stump.
Normally, of course, council, I'm Mr. Wildfire. I worked for PG&E for about 20 years. And the one thing I would just say that the council and all governmental officials need to take into account is what is our true electric supply? Back on May 6th, there was a report that came out that this summer, we're going to be 1,700 megawatts short, potentially, of covering the requirements for power in the state, up to actually 5,000 megawatts, which could mean outages for 1 to 4 million Californians. Now, that's worst case. Understand that. But it's great for us to be talking about energy going all electric, but we also have to consider what are the supply issues we have. And they are real and something that needs to be considered. And so I'm just suggesting that the council keep that in mind as you're making decisions, because everybody's jumping on the electric bandwagon, but that electricity has to be generated. And there is a shortfall, like I say, even predicted this summer, of 1,700 megawatts, up to 5,000 megawatts, which could result in outages. So are we solving, in solving a problem, are we compounding another one? And by the way, this is a very difficult thing for towns and cities to manage because we have no control over the electric supply. So in doing the right thing, are we potentially doing the wrong thing? And again, I'm just putting that forward as a question. I'm not trying to be controversial, but just to bring up the point about electric supply in the state of California. Thank you.
It looks like Mr. Stump, we had a question from Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I have a question either for Mr. Stump or for our speakers here. And that is, when it comes to the summertime, my impression is the primary draw on the electricity is air conditioning on hot days. And that is already electric. That is not gas right now. So what we would be looking at in terms of increasing the draw for electricity, if I'm thinking about my house, would be a dryer, a clothes dryer, if it's gas, heating, which is wintertime, cooking. Has there been a study done to see where some of these smaller incremental changes from gas to electric in the summer would put us past a tipping point or increase the problem that Mr. Stump is referring to?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There's a state level analysis being performed at the California Energy Commission under Assembly Bill 3232, which is the building decarbonization legislation that was passed. And they are considering these very exact issues. Their conclusion is still that building electrification is the lowest cost approach to decarbonization, but the issues that the speaker raised are absolutely true and are absolutely the ways that they're going to be addressed are over the next several years. This will unfortunately be a slower process than many like, but that affords us time to be able to harden the grid and improve our electrical service.
So if I may follow up, so it sounds like, if a code is adopted right now, it's not going to across the board electrify everybody. So does the analysis include, will hardening the grid happen faster than electrification increases? Or are we going to, we're already a little behind right now. So can you explain to me, will adopting this push us a little further behind in terms of electric production, or will the hardening happen faster than the extended electrification?
Well, the efforts to electrify buildings really start to matter when you're dealing with existing buildings. So the increment on new growth is not significant. Of course, every little bit helps or hurts, but it's when we start addressing existing buildings that electrical demands will go up significantly. So that's not what we're discussing tonight, just to be clear. The efforts to deal with the grid are today being driven by the interest in retiring traditional natural gas power plants to, again, reduce emissions. So there's efforts going on in several directions, as Farhad alluded to. The serious people are addressing this in a serious manner. and it's a statewide issue as well as a Western United States issue, the entire interconnected grid there. So I think to answer your question, the solution is in the works and continues to evolve. As the mayor will attest, entities like Silicon Valley Clean Energy are buying new power, new energy, and putting it on the grid on a daily basis.
We have $1.8 trillion in PPAs for not yet built plants, although some of them just got built, but.
Okay, thank you.
Would any other members of the public wish to address us on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and come back to council for a motion or discussion or more questions. Councilmember Badami.
Seeing no hands up, I'm going to go ahead and try a motion. And by the way, thank you, Mr. Gray, for your presentation. And thank you to Speaker Rob Stump for warning us of supply issues coming this summer. So I move to accept the proposed electrification reach codes for the 2022 Green Building Standards Codes.
Councilmember Hudes.
A second.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Sack.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. So we will move on to item 25, which is provide direction regarding potential land acknowledgement.
Thank you. And good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Holly Zapala, Management Analyst. And the item before you is regarding a potential land acknowledgement. At the end of April, the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition requested that the mayor read a land acknowledgement prior to each council meeting as a way to respect and honor the Indigenous people of Los Gatos land, and specifically the Tamian Nation. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement that recognizes and pays respect to Indigenous people as traditional stewards of the land and expresses gratitude and appreciation to those whose territory we reside on. This is a way of honoring Indigenous people, both past and present. The Tamian Nation is traditionally and culturally affiliated with the land of Los Gatos and is one of 8 linguistic divisions of the Indigenous people of this area. The Tamian Nation provides a land acknowledgement example on their website, which aligns with the proposed language from the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition and can be found on page 2 of the staff report. Work on land acknowledgements is happening in other municipalities and organizations. These land acknowledgements can take different forms, and examples are included on page 2 of the staff report and also in attachment 1. As noted in the desk item, both the Tamian Nation and Muwekma Ohlone claim Los Gatos land. The present-day Muwekma Ohlone tribe is comprised of all the known surviving American Indian lineages aboriginal to the San Francisco Bay region, who trace their ancestry through the missions Dolores, Santa Clara, and San Jose, and who are also members of the Verona Band of Alameda County. Staff reached out directly to Tamian Nation tribal chairwoman to confirm approval of the language in the proposed land acknowledgement, as she previously had been part of the discussion with the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition prior to the request coming forward. However, no discussion has been initiated with the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, as staff looks to direction from the council as to whether to move forward. Should the council decide to pursue a land acknowledgement and recognize the Tamian Nation and Muwekma Ohlone tribes, engaging the services of a tribal mediator is recommended. There are different options and combinations of options for ways to pursue a land acknowledgement, which are listed on page 3 of the staff report. Another option for moving forward, given current staff workloads and the increased attention that a land acknowledgement requires, is that the land acknowledgement work could be considered in the context of the other recommendations resulting from the External Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, or JEDI, consultant report. Staff will be bringing the JEDI report and recommendations to council in August, And staff could bring the land acknowledgement item back at that time so council may consider it in conjunction with all of the other JEDI recommendations and prioritize accordingly. That concludes the report, and staff is available to answer questions.
So I don't see any questions. Let me start with one. Instead of us going through, a costly tribal mediator, would it be easier if we wait till San Jose finishes their mediation between the Ohlone and the other one, and the Tamian, and then use that as guidance instead of having to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on mediation in this?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I believe we could wait to see where they land in City of San Jose. They did report to their city council today, and they have not yet been able to reach language that's agreed upon. So we can follow that. I believe they are aiming to continue those discussions and come to language that can be agreed upon by both tribes.
And my understanding is the Tamian want to say that they were the original ones, but the Ohlone are trying to say that the Tamian are just part of the Ohlone. Is that what the issue is?
Thank you. I think it's a little more complex, and there's a couple different points of disagreement. I don't have all the details, and I wasn't able to watch the meeting yet.
I just wanted to say that this is a very delicate topic, and hence the reason why San Jose has enlisted a tribal mediator to assist them. We want to approach this with utmost respect for all parties. And so we would have to do a lot more research and really have to engage. So we did sort of the initial work, and then as we got more involved, we realized that this is actually a lot more complex. And so before we do any more work, we really needed direction from town council. Fortunately, management analyst Sapala has been working with her colleagues in other cities who are also looking at this, so we're learning. And then in addition, we worked with our library staff who have access to our own historical archives. And again, this is a very sensitive and delicate issue, so we just want to make sure we're proceeding with care and respect. And I know when it's appropriate, Councilmember Sayak also has experience in this area, so she can also contribute to the conversation. So I don't think staff are at all the experts on this. So that's really why we're seeking your guidance tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Sayak, you had, I guess, questions at this point?
Oh no, it was simply to reiterate what Town Manager Perfetti said, that I didn't want to interrupt Ms. Zapata, but I do feel it. I know we're going to take public comments, but I'd rather at some point when we do have this discussion involve the Mwekwa Ohlone in this discussion and have each tribe speak for themselves versus us trying to peel apart the various layers of this very complicated issue. But I'll wait to save my comments to the end. I just wanted to caution us before we start trying to discern it on our own.
Okay, let me take public comment at this time then. We'll start with Kylie Clark.
Hello, Council. My name is Kylie Clark, and I'm a resident of Los Gatos and a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. I'm also a Los Gatos Planning Commissioner, but I'm not speaking in that capacity today. I'm here to strongly urge you to move forward with a land acknowledgement. These acknowledgements of the original inhabitants of our land are becoming common practice, and the town should join other communities and organizations as a leader in this movement. In the past few years, we've come a really long way in realizing and acknowledging the atrocities that allowed us to be standing where we are today. We can't undo these wrongs, but we can do better. And this should start right now with the simple yet powerful gesture of adopting a land acknowledgement. I really appreciate that you all want to do further research, working with local tribes and their leaders. And I completely agree with Councilmember Sayak's comment on that. We're also really lucky to have community members like Craig, who I think will speak later tonight, who's done immense research and communication with tribes, and we can turn to people like him for more information. The staff has recommended the use of a tribal mediator, and I just want to say that while I think this is a great idea, if it will significantly delay or obstruct the process, I think we should first work to create an acknowledgement without this paid professional. We have many connections that we can leverage, and the council members have already proactively reached out to and connected with tribal leadership in the area. The staff report also states that when JEDI recommendations come forward, council could decide if a land acknowledgement is the highest priority recommendation. And I just want to say, please don't view it this way. A land acknowledgement can be a low cost and fundamental action, and I don't think it should be viewed in competition with other JEDI initiatives. Additionally, I strongly encourage you to include a few ways of implementing the acknowledgement. The simple action of adding the acknowledgement to agendas in the website should accompany a verbal acknowledgement, which is a critical component of a land acknowledgement. The statement is brief, and its intent will only be achieved through inclusion of a verbal component. This should take place at the beginning of council, commission, and committee meetings, as well as at the beginning of town events. Last, I want to emphasize that for this acknowledgement to be meaningful, authentic, and effective, it must be accompanied by action. Adopting a land acknowledgement is a crucial first step in what I really hope will be long-term and deliberate work. Please begin by voting to move forward with a land acknowledgement. Thank you.
Councilmember Sack, did you have a question for Kylie? No? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Well, let's move on to Craig Gleason.
Thanks and good evening. My name is Craig Gleason and I'm a longtime resident of Los Gatos. First, I want to express my full support and encouragement for the town to adopt the Indigenous land acknowledgement. I spoke on the same topic at the town council last November, and later I provided some additional information to the town about local tribal organizations, as well as some historians and archaeologists who could be good resources to help the town discover and document information about the original inhabitants. I just have two main points that I want to make tonight. First one is that, as the staff mentioned, there are multiple tribal organizations who are representing Indigenous interests in our area today. And I think it's really important for us to identify and reach out to the right set of those organizations. As the town manager said, it's a complex issue, and those of us who've advocated for this recognition are not the experts. The second point is that the words of the land acknowledgement are important, but actions are more important. And the land acknowledgement is going to be most meaningful if we can couple it with real actions taken under diversity, equity, and inclusion, and or listen, learn, change, grow. So thanks very much for considering the topic, and I would be happy to help in any way I can with this effort.
Okay, looks like you have a question from Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason, for your comments. Could you maybe provide us with some examples of actions that would follow a land acknowledgement?
I think there are various things that different municipalities and organizations have done. One thing is the Mid-Peninsula Open Space District. They're actually working on their land acknowledgement right now. They haven't published it, but for quite some time, they were working with the Amamutsan tribal band on the Mount Umunum project. And they're continuing to do that. So they did dedicate part of that project to the Amamutsan, because that's a sacred place for them. But they're continuing to work with them, for example, on a native garden, is my understanding. So I think there are various things that could be done, but we would want to look at what would be the appropriate things for this town to do, and with the facilities and resources that we have. And you'd want to work that out with the organizations that are representing Indigenous interest.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gleason. Let's go on to Emmerich Bisbee.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Emmerich Bisbee, and tonight I am urging the Town Council to pursue adopting a land acknowledgement for Los Gatos. As settlers on the land, we have the responsibility to acknowledge the history of the land and of the current plight of Indigenous people. The fact that we as settlers do not know the history of the land and of the people who lived here and still live here is enough reason to work to develop a land acknowledgement for the town of Los Gatos. There's a rich history here that we would all benefit greatly from learning. The Sunnyvale Town Council also met tonight, and they were talking about whether they should pass a resolution to oppose a proposed mining of Uristock, I think Sargent Quarry south of Gilroy, which is a sacred location for the Amamutsun, which Craig just spoke about, which I also think is a direct action that the town of Los Gatos can do to be in solidarity with the Indigenous people from this area. And during that meeting that just happened, the chairman of the Amamutsun, whose name is Valentin Lopez, he spoke about the land before colonization and how the land was tended sustainably and beautifully by the Indigenous people who lived here. And I think with our current ecological destruction of our land, we need to learn from Indigenous people, and a land acknowledgement is a first step in the right direction to do that. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Bisbee. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll go on to Jeffrey Suzuki.
Good evening, everyone. First, I would like to thank you all for delegating the time to take this issue seriously. I would like to voice my unequivocal support for a land acknowledgement in the town of Los Gatos. Please prioritize this. I agree with Kylie Clark in that a land acknowledgement should not be viewed as in competition with other JEDI items. It should be explicitly prioritized. Consideration of a land acknowledgement has been part of the public discourse for over a year. With recent DEI efforts by the town council and its current Listen, Learn, Change, Grow campaign, this land acknowledgement will provide a lot of educational value for our community. It is a critical first step in establishing potential future correspondence and collaboration with the Indigenous people of this land. However, as many others will correctly point out, a land acknowledgement is just a start. It cannot in any way act as a replacement for programs, grants, and other means that could materially support and empower Indigenous people. So if the council decides tonight to conduct more research and to reach out to more Indigenous leaders prior to approving a statement, we must understand that the weeks or the month of work required to finish this undertaking isn't the end goal here. Under our JEDI and Listen, Learn, Change, Grow initiatives, our obligation is to confront our colonial history in a real way. The fact is that this land is unceded territory, violently taken by colonists. There is no greater injustice than our willingness to forget our past through inaction. There is no greater injustice than neglect. This is our history, and we have a collective responsibility to acknowledge it, to teach it, to do everything that we can to support our Indigenous population. For instance, the Tamiya Nation has programs in exercising food sovereignty through hunting, fishing, and harvesting, language preservation, and its cultural burn program, which is relevant given today's current wildfire threats. Sorry, thank you.
All right. Mr. Suzuki, I don't see any questions. Thank you for speaking. Next up, Ali Miano.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you for taking my comment, for your service to the town, and for your earnest consideration of this proposal. It's very difficult in 2022 to piece together the history of who lived here and when. We're not historians, and even among historians, there can be disagreement, and there are new realities that can be uncovered and new perspectives to be discussed centuries later. However, we can't use our ignorance as an excuse. We do know that the indigenous of this continent experienced unspeakable cruelty at the hands of English and Spanish invaders. I'm currently reading a book called A Cross of Thorns, The Enslavement of California's Indians by the Spanish Missions by the acclaimed journalist Elias Castillo. I highly recommend it to all of you. You will find that California's indigenous experienced cruelty similar to that endured by enslaved Africans and African Americans. For me and my fellow members of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, when we fail to acknowledge that we inhabit occupied lands, when we pride ourselves as Los Gatans in this beautiful paradise nestled in the Santa Cruz Mountains, but fail to acknowledge those who call this place home, when we fail to remember those who had their lands, their families, their identities, and indeed their humanity ripped away from them, we merely continue, albeit in a veiled, unconscious way, to support the violence of the past. In contrast, when we acknowledge that we now live in occupied territory, when we seek to honor the ancestors of this land, when we seek to shed light on the truth, we can begin, at least in as much as it's possible in the present, to right the wrongs of the past. We cannot change history, but we can remake a more equitable and enlightened future for all, especially for the descendants, such as members of the Tamian Nation, forced from the Santa Clara Valley and exiled to the San Joaquin Valley. A land acknowledgement would be an important first step, as my colleagues have said. In concert with local indigenous peoples, including the Tamian Nation, please create and use a widely used land acknowledgement at important town events such as town council meetings. Please take this critical first step to healing the injustice of centuries past so that it will one day no longer haunt our present and our future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Miano. I don't see any hands raised, so we'll go on to Rob Moore.
Good evening, Town Council. My name is Rob Moore, and I'm a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, among other affiliations. However, I'm speaking exclusively in a personal capacity tonight. I echo the comments of the previous speakers and also of Councilmember Sayoc in both the importance and also the delicacy of this issue. I enthusiastically support the Town Council in creating and implementing a land acknowledgement. And I'm incredibly grateful to the Town Council and to staff for taking the initiative to bring an official land acknowledgement to Los Gatos. And I'm very proud to live in a town that will commit to doing the much more challenging work of using our collective resources to do right by the native folks that occupied this land before its current occupants. Like previous speakers, I would encourage the town council and town staff to work with the variety of local tribal leaders to create a comprehensive, inclusive, and thoughtful land acknowledgement to respect and honor the native people who occupied and continue to occupy the land in Los Gatos. Thank you all for taking on this potentially transformative change in our town.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. I don't see any hands raised. Would anybody else wish to speak to us on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and come back to council for a motion. Vice Mayor Risto.
I have a couple of thoughts. I mean, I've been in conversation with a few of the people who spoke tonight, particularly Craig Gleason, who has some experience with implementation or investigation into land acknowledgements. And I think this is actually incredibly important. I realize some of the comments made were, words are not as important as actions, but I also think the words matter a lot. And so I want to make sure that we do not approve a land acknowledgement that is either incomplete, well, nothing will ever be complete enough, but is not representative of who may have lived here, or we haven't done our research. But I will say that I personally I would like to look at this in two issues. One is I would like to make a motion to approve a land acknowledgement and then have work go forward to hammer out what that will be separately. But tonight, I personally would like to commit that we would move forward with it. And when I look at the options or the alternatives put out by the staff, The four that I think are the most important is under the alternatives, number one. Okay, so this would be my motion. With work to be done on the actual acknowledgement, I would like to commit to, when we have it, using the acknowledgement first, modify the town council agenda format and rules policy to include a land acknowledgement statement to be read aloud prior to each town council meeting and board, commission, and committee meeting. Number four, post a land acknowledgement statement to the town website, including links for more information, and that can expand over time. Number five, deliver a land acknowledgement statement at town events such as Spring into Green, 4th of July Symphony in the Park, Screen on the Green, tree lighting, etc. And the sixth item, begin the library programs by reading a land acknowledgement statement. I think ultimately there may also be possibilities as more work is done in our parks, for example, and we have park signage, maybe further information about that land, because our parks would be an ideal place. So that is my motion. I feel like as Los-Gatans, we often talk about our historical downtown, we talk about our historic homes, we talk about our history, and I think that's important, but I think we miss a lot if we actually have the short-sightedness or the arrogance to think that our history started maybe only a couple of 100 years ago. And so for me, this is very important. Thank you.
Councilmember Sack.
Thank you. I will actually a couple comments, and then if I can, I'll ask the maker of the motion if she'd be willing to consider a friendly amendment. A couple of things, as I mentioned prior to opening public comment, I want to make it clear I'm in complete support of land acknowledgement, but I think I'm concerned because there are voices that should be at the table that are not currently, and I know that it came by surprise by the Muwekma Alonis that this was under discussion, and they were not a part of the conversation. And so I just want to make sure that we tread cautiously and lightly so that we include voices that should be heard, and that we do the due diligence to make sure that it's not just words on paper, and that we're actually doing this with the true spirit and intent of what we want to do. And so the motion I'd like to make, and I'll give the context why, is that we also, as an alternative, add in the work that NUMU is currently doing. NUMU has actually been having ongoing conversations with the Muwekma Alonis. In fact, the Muwekma Alonis chair was asked to speak at the beginning of the Art Now exhibit, I believe, in November. And they've begun doing some research already. And I think it's an opportunity to partner with an existing institution that is already in conversation. I think the idea of Ms. Zapata working with our colleagues to see what transpires of the mediation that's happening in San Jose is effective use of our resources. And I think incorporating the work that we're doing with JEDI to see what other aspects we can do to make actions fall in line with our words are equally important. I think the question Councilmember Hudas asked of, what are some other cities doing? Those are questions that if we pose to the chairwoman and the vice chairwoman, they'd be happy to answer. And so, and they're ready to have those conversations. I've been in contact with them this weekend. And if the council decides to move forward, they can be invited to participate in some of these conversations. And I would feel very strongly that that happened. So I would second the motion if the vice mayor would include the friendly amendment that we incorporate the ongoing and work that's already been happening that the NUMU has started.
With gratitude for your experience and your reminder of the work that is going on in our community already, I will definitely take that friendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay. And I'll second it. Thanks.
Councilmember Hudas.
So I just wanted to understand, does the motion include any content on the land acknowledgement, or is it strictly the process of the way the acknowledgement would be delivered.
It's the latter.
So I guess I'm a little troubled by us agreeing to deliver a message when we don't know what the message is and whether it would be appropriate and acceptable to all of the important members of our community. So it does seem it has a challenge for me to see how it would be possible to agree to delivering to the way we're going to deliver a message when the message is unknown.
If I may, I mean, my intent is that I am committed to a land acknowledgement and that the council would be then voting on accepting the acknowledgement at another meeting, but that work would go forward. But I think from the viewpoint of asking staff to do work, it makes sense to signify what the purpose of that work is and what we'd be doing.
So if I could just respond that
sure, go ahead.
I agree that we should do some more work on this, and it should be serious work. But I also am concerned that that it be honest and it be and there's a balance. When something is obligatory, it takes away from the sincerity. And so I think we have to really craft this message carefully to make sure that we're not reading rote words in a mechanical way, but the full implementation would achieve the objectives of the land acknowledgement. So I would be supportive of having work proceed along the spirit of what is here, but I'm hesitant to adopt some of the aspects that are specific about the way the message gets delivered.
Town manager, your hand is up. Do you have some help in this area?
Yes, I think, to the maker of the motion, I think this just essentially says that A, this is important to the council should the motion pass, and B, these are some of the ways in which the future land acknowledgement would be used. So I think it is helpful, especially as we start working with the tribes to articulate what our initial actions will be. So actually, this is a very helpful motion. I do want to reiterate that it would be certainly staff's full intention to bring back the actual language to a future council meeting and invite the interested parties to be part of your council discussion when you are considering the actual words. So we're not going to go, we'll do the additional work, but the actual words will still need to come back to you at a future time. And that's really what I wanted to say, is that with our existing workload, we will continue on this path, but this, I see this as part of our larger diversity, equity, inclusion strategic priority that the council has articulated for us. But again, this is going to be a work effort, and I may need to check in with you later in terms of priorities, in terms of us giving this attention, and then perhaps not doing some other work. So we'll continue working on it should this motion pass, but we did want to just highlight that now that we see that this is going to take a lot more staff time because of the delicate nature. We just wanted to make sure we all understood that we're not going to come back in August necessarily with a land acknowledgement. This is going to take some time, and if the council's comfortable with that, then we are too. Thank you.
Let's go with Councilmember Badami next.
Thank you. I'm in support of a land acknowledgement. I think that it would be quite honorable to do so. I just need clarification on the motion, and that I heard it to be that the maker of the motion was incorporating a number of the alternatives together in the delivery of the message. And I'm not quite comfortable with all of those that were included. Was that something that was part of your motion, or that we would just consider that at a later date?
Well, I did make the motion. I mean, the recommendation or the alternatives from staff were, we could pick those or a combination. And I chose a combination partially based on what I felt would be reasonable coverage and use, and partially based on conversations with invested members of the community.
Okay. Thank you for that. And again, I'm in support of a land acknowledgement, but I can't support the part of the motion where all of the number of alternatives that you chose as part of your option would be the motion.
Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, the town manager used some language that sounded a little bit different than the motion itself, and I would be more comfortable with that, which is that these essentially would be options that could get pursued that would be decided in conjunction with the development of the actual land acknowledgement. And, I think I'd maybe ask the town manager to reiterate what she said about being able to, as the acknowledgement is shaped, to be able to select from the options that were in the motion itself.
That really wasn't my intent, to kind of pick and choose the alternatives that were laid out in the motion. I'm sorry if I misled the council. What I was just saying is that having an early understanding of how the town might use its land acknowledgement may help in the conversations with the tribal leaders. And so if they understand the initial ways that we would like to use the land acknowledgement, that it might be helpful in the conversation. So I think it just makes it a little bit more real that the council is committed to some form of land acknowledgement, even though the words themselves still need to be worked out.
I think the question is whether we have chosen specifically the alternatives, or whether we say these are the ones we're interested in and we're going to make final decisions later. I think that's really the question.
Thank you. That was what I was trying to ask.
I see two people shaking their heads yes on that.
And that might be up to the maker of the motion, if you're committing to those modes, or if it's that this is the initial list.
Vice Mayor?
I want to make a strong commitment right now. And I mean, if this is, I think we should just see if the motion passes. I think what's helpful is in the discussion of what the land acknowledgement would be, knowing how it would be used could shape how it's phrased and what the words are. In fact, it could even shape how long it is. So knowing that it would be read, that an acknowledgement would be read at the start of every meeting, that could be a short form. There's going to be a land acknowledgement on the website. It can then be expanded or longer. And so I wanted to put out the 4 places where I felt like it was going to be most important, and not just based on my own opinion, but talking to other people and seeing where it's used. And that would then be the first step in terms of then helping us implement some actions. So that's my motion. And I think we should probably just see where it goes and then try something else if it doesn't pass.
So you just sort of added another one to it, right? Before we hadn't talked about whether there was a short version or a long version for different things though, right?
I guess. I mean, okay, that's true. In land acknowledgements, my understanding is there are versions. And so a shorter version could be read at a meeting. I think when we get to deciding on the wording, we can then shape that. I'm not going to specify how many words or how long it has to be, or that it has to be the identical words at the start of a meeting and on the website and on a park sign or whatever in the future. So I'm not trying to make the motion complicated. I was trying to make sure that we are making a clear commitment and being clear about how and where we want to use it.
Councilmember Hudis.
I just, for clarity, which ones are included in the motion?
Number 1, number 4, number 5, and number 6. So that would be reading aloud at all council and committee meetings. And I have another issue around that, but, and that would be reading, like not playing a video, but actually reading it out loud. Posting the land acknowledgement statement to the town website, including links.
Yes.
Okay, so, and 5, land acknowledgement statement at all the town big town events, and then the library programs.
So could I ask a question about a part of number 3 that seemed of value, which would be the example that it be done every November as part of the National Native American Heritage Month? Is that specifically left out, or is it left out because it's annual?
So through the mayor, I viewed that as an alternative to reading it at every meeting, that instead of reading it every meeting, it would only be read once a year. So I would not exclude the land acknowledgement proclamation. I just don't want, I was viewing that as an either or. So I'm fine with adding that.
So I would, if I could, I would just express that I think that it would be better to develop the acknowledgement in conjunction with how we plan to use it, and that doing the how we plan to use it without the understanding what the content is, I don't think is very helpful. I actually think it shows less commitment than taking it as a whole. So again, I would prefer to see it developed. And I think the thoughts that have been expressed here about these are the options that we are considering of delivering the message sends a note that it is serious, and this is how we intend to use what we develop without influencing. So for me, it would work better to do them both together. And I am concerned about committing to reading something when we don't know what it is yet. So I would have a hard time supporting the motion as specific as it is. If it were a bit more general in terms of these are the ways that we favor for delivering the message, if that's helpful in delivering it, in developing it, then I would be in favor of something more like that.
Okay, would you like me to call a question? Councilmember Hudis?
No.
Councilmember Badami?
No, but I want to stress that I am in favor of a land acknowledgement. It's just, I'm not in favor of the way the motion was crafted.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Sack?
Aye.
And the mayor's going to vote no, because I would be in favor of a little better motion also. I know it's a long meeting, but let's keep working at it here. Councilmember Sack?
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mayor, and before you move on, you need to state the results of that motion.
I'm sorry. So the motion failed 2-3. Thank you. As my head gets foggy, keep me honest.
Okay, if would you like me to try a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, I move that the council approve a land acknowledgement with the wording to be determined with the tribal parties that are involved. And just and that land acknowledgement will be used at the start of significant council events and meetings, and those exact meetings will be determined once the exact language comes back to the council. But
Okay.
I want to make it clear that this land acknowledgement will occur, and that we are asking council town staff to devote resources towards this effort.
Okay, Vice Mayor Risto.
I'll second the motion. I just want to be clear that with this motion, where it was specifically stated it would be at the start of significant meetings, to be determined, that does not preclude the other options of putting it on the town website with links or anything else, that those can be added once, that we have options for further use of it once we have the land acknowledgement.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. Let me clarify that the motion, again, to create and devote resources to creating a land acknowledgement. That land acknowledgement in writing will be placed on our website on written materials, and what will actually be read is still determined based on the length and the actual verbiage contained in the land acknowledgement.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. I second that.
And you second. Okay, Councilmember Hudis.
I'll support it, particularly with the language that Councilmember Sayak used about significant meetings and appropriate. Because I am concerned about a mechanical effort that is not sincere. And so I think it's important that we link it to significant meetings in an environment where that it has importance to the community. So I will support.
Councilmember Badami.
I'll also be supporting it, but I'm not sure what is meant by significant meetings, because I like to think that all of the meetings are significant, but I'll still support the motion.
All right, I'm going to call the question now. I still see a lot of hands raised, but I assume nobody put them back down. Councilmember Sack.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. That passes unanimously. Okay, so next, let's see what is next.
Next is our summer promenades.
Yeah, so number 26 is to discuss and identify the town's objectives for the summer promenade event series.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll start the staff report, and I'll be joined by Chief Field as well. So the summer promenades, as you recall, the town council agreed to provide $120,000 to the chamber to do a series of Thursday night closures of Santa Cruz Avenue to continue our reopening of our community as we live with our COVID pandemic. The council, in approving the dollars, did ask that we look at our existing resources and potentially reduce the number of promenades based on available town resources. We did that analysis pretty quickly, and we determined that due to the 4th of July holiday weekend, that we should not have a Thursday promenade the Thursday before that important weekend. So at this point, we have issued a conditional letter of approval to the chamber for 7 promenades. They are required to pay for 2 sworn officers to essentially keep the peace at the event. We will be using the town's barricades. So there will be some in-kind Parks and Public Works resources. And those staff costs will be deducted from the 120 amount provided to the chamber. So the real issue that is before us tonight is, what is the council's vision for the promenades? We learned last summer that, the summer starts out great, everything is very calm and peaceful. And then as the events continue towards the latter part of the summer, we start seeing, the situation of underage drinking and outside alcohol being brought in, and longer times to get the street reopened, et cetera. So we took all of that learning, and this year we are proposing that we have up to 3 beer gardens, so that way people can enjoy their beverages. They can bring their families into the beer gardens. There could be cornhole and other games for the kids. They could be situated close to the band so people could enjoy the music. And then once they finish their beverage, they can continue strolling along the street, visiting our wonderful businesses, getting some food at our great restaurants, et cetera. So the chamber is concerned about the beer garden option, as they have communicated, and I'm sure they will also tonight in their testimony. So, that was essentially the compromise that staff had come up with. We didn't dictate where the beer garden should be or how big they should be. All of that would be up to the chamber's discretion. Our goal is to have a safe event for all participants. And that's really the goal. We, as you know, have very light staffing in our police department. And so while a promenade is going on, our patrol staff will be taking care of 30,000 other residents that are within our town limits. And so if there is an incident, we will basically be focusing a lot of resources in and around the downtown. And so we're trying to anticipate and hopefully not have any incidents, but I think we also want to be realistic in our current environment, what we might need to prepare for. So this is an opportunity for the council to articulate your objective. What kind of event are you looking for? Are you looking for a festival type of environment that might be very similar to what we see with other types of events that are in a more contained location, smaller location? Or are you looking, more for a type of event that's going to attract people to downtown, offer beverages and other activities, but also really focus in on the businesses? So that's really the main question. So tonight we just need your guidance, because the first one is coming up next week on the 16th. And then we would also propose to bring this item back to council on the 21st. So if there's additional feedback or modifications to the special event permit, we will have your guidance on that. And Chief Field, please feel free to add any other framing comments prior to council discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 points I would just like to build on a bit. And thank you, Town Manager Prevetti, for presenting the staff report as we had discussed. But the first point I'd like to make is the beer gardens. What we'd see those as in terms of the compromise, it's an alcohol management strategy. And specifically what the beer gardens do from a public safety standpoint is 3 things that I look at. So it separates the guests of legal age that are attending the event from those that are not. And last year we did have some concerns related to that. It also allows for the ability to monitor or prohibit outside alcohol from being brought into the event. So it monitors that in a way. And then finally, it also adds some controls on the distribution and consumption and availability of alcohol. So given that the beer garden will allow for continuous availability of alcohol, we want to make sure that there's some monitors and controls that are in place. So that's specific to the public safety aspect of it. Related to the resources that are available from the police department, The agreement was that there would be 2 overtime officers that we are able to fulfill for the 7 events that are outlined before you tonight. And we can fulfill that, but then in addition, we also need to fulfill our obligations to the community for public safety. And that's at least 1 supervisor and then the officers on patrol. Now these events overlap with between 4 and 9. Now, during that time, we see a spike in traffic and maybe potentially other concerns because we do see a lot of commute traffic during that time. And one event can definitely tie up 3 to 4 officers, which draws away the resources from downtown, or in reverse, if those resources are downtown, then they're not able to be allocated out to the other areas and calls may need to pin for service. So we would really be able to dedicate 2 officers downtown on overtime. Our resources are still strained. We are still working on staffing. The first event that will be held on June 16th, that day we already have 2 overtime officers working just to bring us up to staffing needs for patrol. And then in addition, we will have 2 overtime officers working downtown. So it does place a strain on our resources with the police department. But we will be able to sustain throughout the summer to hold our obligations to these events. Although we do need to monitor what could occur from these events. So from a public safety standpoint, again, I need to look even beyond what these events hold, and should the drinking continue or other concerns related to that, whether it be intoxication, DUIs, that related conduct, it is going to pose impact on the resources. Thank you.
All right, questions? Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Thank you, Manager and Chief Field. I have 2 questions. One, I wasn't sure Chief Field, when you talked about the alcohol management strategy and that having the beer garden would curtail the underage drinking, I thought I also heard that people of all ages could be in the beer garden. I'm not sure which is that. Would just someone have to be 21 to be in the beer garden then?
It allows for some controls and monitoring, at least while they're in that beer garden area, that there will be a process for checking and that it can at least be contained within an area where the consumption is occurring.
Okay, so will the police officers be stationed in the beer garden? Because I thought I read there could be up to
the police
beer gardens. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. There will be 2 officers, then they will be down there for basically for any additional concerns, if there should be some kind of disturbance that comes out, but it's on the responsibility of the permittee to manage the ABC rules.
Okay, thank you.
Specific to age.
And then the other question I have is, how many police officers did we have working the promenades last year? And were we less understaffed, more understaffed? And, what were the issues that came up from that last summer?
Thank you for the question. So last summer, we did evolve to having 2 dedicated officers towards the end of the promenades. I don't believe that we started with that initially, and I would need to just confirm with Town Manager Pravetti if she could reference that. But in regards to concerns that we saw last year, we did have a couple of alcohol-related concerns, but we don't have a lot of data to look back on.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. This may be more for the town attorney, Mr. Schultz, so I'm going to put you on notice here. If there's a brawl that breaks out and somebody is injured, does the Chamber of Commerce have liability exposure? Because I did not see on their application that there was a checkbox that was checked next to certificate of insurance, because I understand that the town of Los Gatos is held harmless and indemnified. So what would happen if, again, if there's a brawl, somebody falls over backwards after being punched in the head, they hit their head on the sidewalk and maybe now they're dead or in a coma. what happens?
So for any incident that would happen, brawl, someone slips and falls, someone trips and falls, hits their head, whatever the incident would be, you can guarantee that both the chamber and the town would be involved in litigation. But as you mentioned, the chamber agrees to hold harmless and indemnify the town, and they're required to have insurance that covers it. So in other words, we would monitor the litigation, but it would ultimately be the chamber that would have to pay any damage claim that would occur based on the event.
So does that mean we would require a certificate of insurance? Because I'm looking at their application and that box is blank.
Absolutely, it would be required.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sack.
Thank you. I just have to say real quick, I'm so glad Councilmember Badami is here to ask these questions because I wouldn't have thought of that. But Chief, one of the questions I had asked, and the reason why I wanted staff resources to look into this, is what's different this year is that we have back-to-back series. We have the Jazz of the Plaza on Wednesday, and then we have the Promenade. And so I was concerned of how whether or not we have the resources, but I've been told that Jazz of the Plaid does not utilize our police force. And so I was curious, one, if that's true, and then two, what's the difference? Is it because one is contained in a park and one is not?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that is the difference. So one is contained in a park. What the park allows is for the attendees to bring their own alcohol because of the park environment, should they have it with a picnic or something along those lines. And it's not continuously available. So it's not something that's for sale. It's something that the individual has to bring themselves. In terms of the resources that you're mentioning, we don't have dedicated resources to Jazz in the Plaza or to Music in the Park as we would this event that we're discussing tonight.
Okay, let me go to the public. Do any members of the public wish to address us on this one? Kylie Clark.
Hello again. I'm still Kylie Clark, resident of Los Gatos, and I'm also a town planning commissioner, but I'm only speaking in a personal capacity for this item. I want to encourage more leniency in the alcohol restrictions currently proposed in the letter of approval. The chamber is providing a really valuable service to the town and with the support of the town council. And I think that we can do more to appreciate this work and effort by the chamber. It's really important to listen to the concerns being voiced because they are being brought forward due to a desire to make the event as positive, effective, fun, and safe as possible. This is only the second in the Summer Promenade series, and we're still learning how to best host and enforce this event. And I think that moving to a beer garden model is a pretty drastic change compared to the last series, and it doesn't give the chamber the chance to work on other solutions. I'd say let's take another year to collect the data and to work to solve problems based on what we've learned so far, and then consider bigger changes if necessary. Also, since the chamber is holding liability, it makes sense to respect their wishes in what they feel is best. Rather than enforcing only beer gardens, the town should look to other models that meet the concerns of both the council and the chamber. I think that only having 3 beer gardens really limits the places where community members would end up interacting, and it restricts the ability of our small businesses to engage and to attract business during this event. So some changes we could make, for example, would be having businesses strongly enforce that alcoholic beverages are consumed before someone exits their business, rather than just having designated beer gardens. And another is something that may sound counterintuitive, but maybe we could offer a free beverage at the event to discourage attendees from bringing their own drinks. Or we could allow a blanket ABC permit with the condition that if, as the promenade goes on, the town feels that stronger enforcement is necessary, there would be a transition to the beer garden model. I really, really understand the concerns of the town, and I appreciate all of the work that the staff is doing to solve these problems and to support the event. But I think it's really important to remember that the chamber has the interests in the needs of our local businesses and residents in mind, and they are approaching this from a good place. So it's important for us to respect and listen to these concerns. And I really hope that we can find a compromise that can make this event both safe and exciting, joyful, and appealing. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any hands, so thank you, Ms. Clark. Let's go to Ginger Rowe.
Hi, Ginger Rowe from Time Out Clothing. As a store owner and town resident of 42 years, I would like to support the ongoing programming of the promenade. Both the anecdotal and collective community support for this event has been overwhelmingly positive and unifying. What are we solving for when we start the concept of the promenade? We were helping to create an economic boost for the downtown merchants and restaurants. We're engaging our community to bring local people from all over the Bay Area to our special town to stroll and experience a variety of foods, shop, and drinks. Now, other communities have copied our efforts, and we want to keep people coming back to Los Gatos. We're promoting socializing after a long pandemic and recreate a sense of community. The community sentiment has been about connecting with friends, bringing out town friends to our community event, and being able to both shop, eat, and socialize in one flexible setting. All businesses are working on strained resources to manage and keep ourselves open and available for the event, as well as on a daily basis, just like the police department. We are losing the essence and genesis of this concept when we propose things like walled gardens. With ideas like beer gardens as an alcohol management strategy, there are options for other patrols that won't damage the event. A promenade, as defined by the dictionary, is a public street or thoroughfare to take a leisurely stroll, not a walled garden. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. I don't see any hands, so we'll go to Jim Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Mayor and Town Council, Jim Foley, resident, co-chair, Los Gatos Food and Wine Group, Chamber of Commerce Board, Rootstock Wine Bar, Montebello Market, Pennant Properties. The staff report for this item overcomplicates the intent and logistics of these events. All we want to do is be able to hold the events in a similar fashion as they were held last year, and in a similar fashion that other neighboring communities such as Campbell, Saratoga, and Willow Glen enjoy. The staff report is over-exaggerating the issues with last year's events. The incidents of concern were few and far between and minor in severity. I attended most events personally and was quite proud of the efforts of the chamber staff managing the events and the good behavior of the attendees. I heard nothing but praise from every attendee on how wonderful the promenades were, to the extent I fought to hold additional promenades in the fall at the behest of many businesses and citizens, to no avail. I'm excited they're returning for the summer of 2022. In essence, town staff is wasting too much of their time trying to limit or alter the events, staff time that could be better used on more pressing town matters. It's baffling to me why they are singling out these simple intermittent summer social events rather than, say, moving the employee parking program forward, expediting the general plan, or any other of the host of council-directed priorities. Los Gatos Montessorino Police are more than capable of controlling these events in our small town. They have handled much more historically when we had Hannigan's, Charlie's, and all other venues open 7 days a week, which we don't at this time. The beer garden requirement is absurd. It will ruin the events. It will separate the people from the entertainment and the businesses. And in reality, the beer gardens won't be able to be controlled as envisioned and will inherently cause more issues trying to manage them than simply without them. Last year's events were not flooded by an unmanageable amount of outside visitors. Sometimes last year, we were even worried we wouldn't get enough people in town to make the event worthwhile. These are the kinds of events that are bringing visitors, shoppers, and diners back to Los Gatos, a vision that has been supported by town council in recent years. Staff's propaganda on the issues they raise for these events should be disregarded. Otherwise, I'm becoming more and more concerned with where things are generally headed for Los Gatos and the business community at large. It's working against all the progress we've made in recent years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. I don't see any hands. Next, we'll go to Brian Bernasconi.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? I first of all just want to acknowledge all of you for being here at 10:45 at night, still working this problem out. And all of the other problems of the town, honestly, I genuinely mean it. Thank you all. You guys do an amazing job and we greatly appreciate you. I think everybody's pretty well said everything that should be said. I put many, many hours in on the promenades last year. I helped arrange all of the music. I was down there setting things up and breaking things down and just generally being available and spending most every hour down there at the promenades last year. It's news to me that there were incidents. I didn't see them. I didn't hear them. I didn't really ever experience any of those. And there was no chatter after any one of the promenades about what had happened, what scandalous thing had transpired at the Thursday night promenade. Now, I'm not saying that nothing happened. I don't know for sure. And I believe the chief of police that we had a couple of incidents. But if they were really so magnificent, we would have all been talking about them for days. And so what I would like to say is, I think that we're losing touch just a little bit with what people want, because what I did hear from a lot of other people that I've shared this space with for decades is that they had an amazing time and they got to enjoy something unique about Los Gatos, and they got to participate in their community and be people for a few hours and listen to music and have a few drinks with their friends. And I think this beer garden idea is absolutely not going to work, because the people who drink are going to drink. And the people who aren't going to drink aren't going to drink. And the people who are going to drink a little bit are going to drink a little bit, regardless of whether you put a rope up and make them stand behind it. And I think that we could possibly be demonstrating how we can all support and demonstrate being adults. We can manage ourselves. People who are of age can drink responsibly. A few people can't, but we're going to have to manage them anyway, whether we put them in a beer garden or not. I promise. The promenade is meant to be a town event where people get to come and enjoy time with others. And that's what the people in this town want. They've wanted it for decades. We've been doing it for a long time. And why all of a sudden we have this weird kind of awkward clamp down is a complete mystery to me. I really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bernasconi. I don't see any hands. Next up, Randy Chen.
Good evening, Council. Hard to follow Brian. He's definitely a much better speaker than I am. So I just like to get into the weeds a little bit to address some of the concerns. As far as underage drinking, we have to institute wristbands. It's an ABC rule. So regardless of whether the people who are drinking are in the beer garden or on the street getting drinks from vendors, they will have to have a wristband. And there are rules in place that you can only get 2 drinks at a time. That's always been a rule. And if we have an open ABC license, the restaurants would still be a vendor of the chamber. They would have their own booth. It may be in front of their restaurant instead of in a beer garden, but it would be in our event. It would not be part of their restaurant. They would be taking tokens for payment. Everyone would be wristbanded. They could only get 2 drinks, and we've agreed to stop selling alcohol at 8 p.m. In addition, the events are much shorter this year. They are from 5 to 9. Last year, they were 3 to 8. And so I think we have addressed any of the concerns of underage drinking and excessive drinking from last year. People, whether there's a beer garden or not, may still sneak their own alcohol in. We will educate them as best we can. having a beer garden is not going to stop the person who sneaks alcohol in their backpack. And we're not going to know that they're going to have it until they're already in there drinking it. But I think the wristbands and the tokens and ending alcohol sales at 8 p.m. Addresses most of the concerns that we had last year. And I would also like to add that most of the incidences that occurred last year actually happened after our event was long over, because people hung around and went to other establishments and continued drinking. And you cannot put that on the chamber. They may have started, but they would have started anyway. But the idea is to promenade, to patronize the businesses, and having a beer garden will silo people into one place. It won't, as Brian said, stop the people who overdrink from overdrinking. They will still do that. And in fact, I think it just puts all the drunk people in one place, which is probably not really a very good idea. So thank you for your consideration. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chen. Next up, Rob Moore.
Hello, Town Council. My name is Rob Moore, and I'm again speaking exclusively in a personal capacity tonight. I want to briefly speak on this item to ask for greater flexibility for alcohol consumption during promenades than the current proposal of 3 beer gardens. I recognize the very real issues that happened during the previous summer's promenades, and I'm grateful that attention is being directed towards making these summer celebrations safe and responsible. I feel that a compromise can be reached between the council and the chamber. As someone who really enjoyed these events last year, I want to ensure that the summer promenades keep the lively energy that we all desperately needed last summer, and I know many folks in town are looking forward to this summer. Thank you all for your work on this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. Next up, Donna McCurry.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for your time this evening. I fully support everything that the speakers before me have said. And just a little more anecdotal is, friends who come up to me knowing that we work at the chamber are excited to come to the promenades. And they are excited to come in the spirit and intent and the community that they offered last year. The chamber worked very hard and very thoughtfully, and we presented it in our letter that is in your packet of how to mitigate any concerns and still keep this safe and a community and fun event for everyone, so that they can walk up and down, promenade up and down the street and get an ice cream at Dolce, and their kids will be right there playing the giant chessboard and the Connect Four and drawing chalk, and they can, go down to Pastaria and enjoy a frosé and run into like friends that they haven't seen for a little bit. So we do ask for just for your help in trying to create that sense of community that that my friends and people of Los Gatos have come up to me and they're looking for. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McCurry. Next up, Catherine Summers.
Good evening, Council. So you knew I was going to have to say something here. First of all, so proud of everyone who's spoken before me. You all said exactly what I wanted to say. I had a few more people queued up this evening as well, but as you know, it's getting late. So I think the sentiments that have been shared are the sentiments of many people. I think it was really quite magical last year. Very unknowing, we didn't know how those promenades would turn out. And I think the most special part of it was that we had people of all ages. We had people, 80 years old who were walking down the street and they would visit the Lions Club and and then would go down and CERT was there. And then they'd go down and listen to the bands and then you had the young kids playing and then you had the teenagers. And yes, were there a few problems that we are now working to solve collaboratively, for sure. But it was something that really added to what everybody talks about Los Gatos, and it's that look and feel. And so I think council tonight, you have to ask yourselves, what is the look and feel of Los Gatos? Is it that we barricade people off into beer gardens and that we silo them and so that they can't walk by Ginger's store and kind of wave hello as they walk by, or go into Rootstock and have a glass of wine and then walk out on the streets and play shuffleboard or whatever we were playing out in front there, and grab a bite to eat? Again, I think it is sort of the magic and the uniqueness of what Los Gatos is and what it can be and how we can still do it safely. And I think you really, I hope that we've convinced you, because I think it's a lose-lose for everyone if we change this event this much, the way that the staff is proposing. And I think I would really like to work with them so that we can make it easy enough for them. But I really, really believe in my heart, as everybody has said, that we can't change these so much that we ruin the spirit and the intent. So thank you.
Looks like we have a question from Councilmember Hudis for Ms. Summers.
Thank you. I think we've gotten a pretty good picture of what the events are. I wanted to go back to the motion that authorized this in February of 2022. There were two key things in there. One was that if there are limited town staff resources, then there would be the possibility of fewer events. And the other part was the possibility of sponsorships for the events. Do you have any comment on those and on those aspects that were part of the motion that the Vice Mayor made?
Yes, so that question is for me.
Yeah,
so we do, we have actually, we had to cancel one of the events, the June 30th event, and we understood that that was because we have the 4th of July celebration. Also, Jazz in the Plaza starts the night before that. So, we definitely appreciated that we couldn't do that one. And in terms of sponsorships, we have actually gotten a few sponsorships. For example, Linda Lester has given us $10,000 to help offset the cost of the events, and we are the promenades in particular. And we have been working really collaboratively. I think you've seen some of this with Jazz on the Plaza and Music in the Park. So we are doing a lot of marketing of the events together. In fact, you'll see all of that coming out in the next week, from street pole banners to an summer entertainment guide. So we are working closely with both of those musical series. And we are hoping to have more sponsors at the day ofs. Of course, as you can imagine, we kind of put off seeking sponsorships because we didn't really know how all of this was going to turn out tonight.
Thank you. And if I may, just as a follow-up, in the staff report, I think very astutely staff asks the question about the purpose of the events and says, is the primary focus to be an outdoor festival, or is it to support an outdoor community gathering, encouraging shopping and dining? And does the chamber have an opinion about what the event is or should be between those two different models?
That is a very great question, and it is one that my staff has agonized over. As you can imagine, all of this, I mean, we have talked about these promenades for months on how we can make this so that we can compromise with the staff, and and we really didn't want to have to be here tonight. But in direct answer to your question, A festival is more kind of like what we did last year at the end of summer event. And that was, more contained and in, over in the park, and we closed Montebello and whatnot. So that was, and you had one stage. This is definitely is more the latter, where our intent is to close the road to create a pedestrian walkway. We never would have called it promenade, except for the fact that we really did want to encourage people to walk up and down the street to see all that North Santa Cruz has to offer, and then hopefully other vendors that can come in and set up, for example, Bywater or Eneteca or the Montebello Market or what have you. And so the whole, and then to patronize the stores, as well as listen to the bands, as well as see their friends and watch their kids play chess, and to watch some of the entertainment of the fairies that are running around, or we had kind of just kids entertainment, or we had the aerialist at one point. And so we plan to have all of that back again, but you really can't do that if you're stuck in a festival setting. It really has to be more free flow and moving around.
Just one last, if I may, is the beer garden versus the availability on the street more associated with the festival, and is the alcohol available on the street more associated with the shopping and dining experience?
Yes, the latter, 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Badami also has questions for Ms. Summers.
Hello, Ms. Summers. Question for you. Actually, I'll make a statement that it's very clear that public safety is the primary concern here. So we received your letter as a desk item that now you are stating that we are prepared to hire additional staff and volunteers to make this event successful. Can you elaborate on that, where we can feel comfortable with that comment and what it means?
Yes, so we are prepared, and we have done a budget analysis. So we do know that we can hire security guards to work or stand at all of the egresses and ingresses into the event. So we can for sure make that happen. We also will probably hire folks who will check wristband, or we'll check IDs, and then we'll be able to put wristbands on people. We will also have to hire people to sell the tokens, and they will not be able to sell the tokens to anyone who doesn't have a wristband, obviously. I know we mentioned that we could limit drink purchases to 2 per person. I mean, if it is the will of the council, we could limit that to 1 per person if we wanted to, to mitigate it even further. The other, and then of course we'll have the 2 Los Gatos Montesarina police officers who will be on duty, who are already included in our budget anyways. So and then we have a handful, more than a handful, a few handfuls of volunteers who have already signed up to help us with the events as well. So I do think that we will be covered in terms of help to make sure that the event is safe.
Okay, so I'm sure the 10,000 contribution helped a lot, but when you talk about hiring security guards at all the ingress and egress points, how many does that mean? Because obviously you've got to calculate that into a budget, and that can be expensive with the other items and the other precautions you have to take. Do you have any idea?
Well, fortunately, yes. So we are, I don't have those exact figures for you right now. We are working with one security company, and I think we can get the rates to be like for, down to a 3-hour minimum, since we'll be hiring a few of those, or more than a few. So I think, to be honest, what we would maybe have to do is, depending on what the council decides tonight, is really work out those numbers, and maybe even not do 7 of them. We might just have to limit it to 6. So maybe we'd stop at the end of July. that again is something that we can, discuss after, depending on what you decide tonight, and then we can kind of finalize our numbers tomorrow and see where we end up.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sack also has a question for Ms. Summers.
Yeah, I'm going to focus on, I can't remember which speaker had said something like, let's not overcomplicate this. And so the question I'm posing to you, Catherine, is the promenade as it was originally envisioned last year was just to close the streets and give the opportunity for people to just go up and down the street. It's like it's a pretend as if there was no cars there. What if we went back to that model? You have the bands, you close the streets so people can dine at a restaurant, enjoy the parklet, go shopping, walk up and down and see their friends, have the programming, but just not sell any alcohol on the streets. And it's then now limited to the alcohol that individual restaurateurs would have because they have their own ABC license. That seems like the simplest way to go back to the idea of a free-flowing promenade with very little limitations. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, and that actually was our second option in the first letter that we submitted to you, is that if we didn't do the whole thing as one enclosed event, beer garden, if you will, that would include, street end to street end. Then our second option was to not get any ABC permit whatsoever. And then people would have to go into the establishments and have, if they wanted to drink, they would have to have their drink there. And then drink, leave, and then walk up and down the streets. While I do think that that is an option, I also think that that is a lose-lose for a lot of our restaurants. And the reason being that people will bring their own alcohol, be it in their backpack or in their Yeti or, so they won't go into, they want to be outside seeing their friends. So they're not going to walk into a restaurant and have the drink inside when then they miss the band and they're not going to be able to see, I think there's just something about the flow of it. So they'll be stuck inside, and what they'll really end up doing is just guzzling their drink. And then maybe they'll walk outside and they'll walk into the next place and they'll guzzle their drink, and then they'll walk outside so that they can actually enjoy being with their friends and watching the band. Maybe that's not true, but based on human behavior and what I've seen at all other festivals, I think that's what we would end up seeing. And I think actually in the long run, we'd have more security issues with that model. But if that is the way that you'd like to proceed, then we would be fine not having an alcohol permit at all or an ABC permit at all.
Okay, thanks.
All right, it looks like that's the end of questions for Ms. Summers. And does anybody else from the public wish to address us on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and come back to council for motions and stuff. Councilmember Sack.
I'm not ready to make a motion, but I do want to make a couple of comments. And I think I'm going to summarize a couple of things that I heard. And one is, I want to acknowledge that the intent and the spirit that the chamber is putting together is something that we all want, right? We want community vitality. We want the community to re-engage and to find happiness with one another. I think what's concerning me is how confrontational the conversation gets at times, because I think by acknowledging that people are looking at the best intent, we're making it one side versus the other. And I don't think it's helpful when we talk about that. And I think calling staff propaganda in staff reports, I think that's not helpful. And so I also want to acknowledge that while I can see the intent and the beauty of the work that the chamber is doing, that we have to also acknowledge that there's an intent and a purpose that our staff are trying to accomplish, and that's public safety. And so I just want to just reiterate that it's not one or the other, and it's not taking sides. And I'm actually grateful we're having this conversation publicly, because I think we really have to come together and figure out what makes sense for our public, that is enjoyable, yet gives confidence to our town staff that it's something that they can make sure is a safe entity. And so I want to just start the comments with that, because I do feel like it's getting, well, I think like our passion is overrunning and now it's getting a bit confrontational. And so I want to acknowledge that. The second that I wanted to also touch on is how we're so focused on the concept of the alcohol. And I think, Catherine, you mentioned the look and feel. And I just want to remind us that we can also have fun without so focused on the alcohol. And how do we create an environment that takes away that? I mean, we acknowledge it's there, but also not have that the true focus of the promenade. And so, again, I'm not ready to make a motion, and I'd like to see what other options are available. But as the council and the staff report lays out, I'm looking for a free-flowing event that brings people back out onto the street in a safe environment that enables everyone of all ages, whether you drink alcohol or not, to enjoy downtown. And so I think there's certain elements that we're focusing on that are, I don't know if that's necessarily my focus. And so I just want to acknowledge those 2 points before we get into any specific details and trying to figure out how we can reach a compromise. So.
Okay, Councilmember Hudis.
I very much appreciate those comments, because I do think we are all trying to work toward the same aim here of engagement with the community and reinvigoration of our downtown, and to the benefit of all. And in looking at this, though, I think that the chamber is really the folks we need to look to for how to achieve that, and the town is who we have to look for how to keep it safe. And so I think when we start to get out of those boundaries, it starts to get more complicated. And I think we're starting with a model that works for the most part. We had a very successful season last year, which is why we voted to do it again and to put even more money and more events into it. And so, I would be looking for compromise that really looks at how to watch the safety aspect of it, as we essentially do the event that we did last year with the alcohol, with the interaction between the businesses. One suggestion on how we might do that: it seems as though that there was a concern that as we went through multiple events and got to the end of the season, things started to get worse. And so one idea might be that we start this off and we do a checkpoint and we switch directions if we start to see that, rather than wait until the end of the summer, where there's been a cumulative effect, if that's what is underlying this. And we really get the police department and the chamber together to do a real serious debrief after one event and two events, and just watch it along the way, and then perhaps take a different direction. I do think that we really need to understand whether we're getting into an area where there's going to be a safety issue, and act on that quickly, as town manager and PD and the chief are willing to do so. And I think with the council's participation and potentially switching direction, if we find that this is not going in the direction that we want. But I do think that the model was excellent. It did the job. And I do think the chamber kind of knows what they're doing in that realm, as long as we can keep it safe.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I appreciate the framing comments. I don't like to see animosity when I feel like everybody is trying to do the best for the community and for the town. And, you know, I have the highest level of respect for our town staff. And so I don't like to see comments made that imply they're not doing their best and trying their hardest for all of us. When I think about the promenades and what was enjoyable about them last year, it was the ability to walk up and down the street. It was kind of this this transition out of COVID where people could gather together in an open area and walk everywhere. None of us are experts. I'm not going to be able to figure out which creates more of an alcohol problem, but I will say the idea that somebody could have a drink and then walk along and have their kid get an ice cream or go socialize with friends feels less alcohol fueled to me than having to stay in a beer garden and maybe have your 5-year-old in there with you if you want to have a drink. I mean, that seems really unappealing to me. And it feels very siloed. So from the perspective of the fact that the promenades were successful last year and what people enjoyed about them, I feel like some of that would disappear. Now, things have materially changed since last year. I think the ABC rules have changed, and that's kind of what causes a shift as well, because last year the restaurants could serve drinks to go because that was part of the pandemic permitting, and that has gone away. And so it kind of changes. It won't be exactly the same. There has to be an intentional decision to set up places where drinks can be sold. I'm not ready to make a motion. One of the things that actually, if we're going to talk about underage drinking, though, I think only one drink should be sold to anyone with a wristband. I don't understand why someone with one wristband would get 2 drinks, because that makes it a lot easier to hand it to somebody underage. So, you know, that's one thing I want to keep in mind. The other thing I'm thinking about is last year we were one of the first or only places nearby to have outdoor street events. And this year, I think every community has events going on. So it's going to, again, be hard to know what our turnout will be like, how big the events will be. And when we talked about last year, or, you know, moving forward with the promenades this year and not overtaxing staff, I think the idea that we will monitor these, and if it starts to look like either hiring the extra security isn't working or it is an imposition on our police force, we may either have to pivot or say, you know what, this summer it's only 4 promenades or something. I mean, I think whatever we decide tonight and however we move forward, if conditions change or progress, adjustments will have to be made. Or if our police force, you know, we suddenly realize there are a lot of traffic issues and we need police officers and it's too much of an imposition to have people working overtime, maybe the promenades can't go for 7 weeks. And I think we need to be open to that possibility. And I think we were when we first moved forward with this. But I'm inclined to, I'm trying not to put my own personal feelings into this, but I just feel like if I were coming down to the promenades to enjoy myself, I would not want to have to be constrained to a beer garden. I would want to be able to walk around and have the street open. And I think we're hearing, at least from a few voices of our business owners, and obviously a couple of business owners are not everybody, but saying that they want people to be able to move around. So those are kind of the thoughts going through my head.
Councilmember Sack?
Okay, so I'm gonna, it's 11:30, so I'm gonna try and kind of piggyback on what I've heard. So I definitely like the idea that have already been suggested of giving an ability to do a constant check-in. I guess what I'm concerned about, and this is where I need staff to weigh in, we're quiet in July. And so the first promenade will be on the 16th. We come back and we can discuss lessons learned on the 20th, the meeting. But after that, then we don't meet again. And so we would ultimately have to give authority and direction to staff on what constitutes a pivot, or do we simply say in the best judgment for public safety? That's where I would need some guidance. So that's one, based on what I heard from Councilmember Hudas. And I do like some of the suggestions that Randy has already provided, the wristbands, I think limiting the hours so that you can't sell alcohol. You stop an hour before it, I think is what I heard. I also heard increased security. And so I'd like to know how that pencils out, because by virtue, it might actually go down to 6. But I also like the idea to help prevent the underage drinking of just 1 drink per token. I mean, that would definitely help with some of the issues that we're hearing. So I'd be in favor of all those that I've heard to date.
Thank you for the suggestion and asking. You know, last year we did do constant monitoring as well, and we've done constant monitoring with our Music in the Park and other events that have more of a series flavor to them. So that it is something that we are used to doing with our event organizers. And I appreciate the recognition that staff would need to have the authority to make those changes. I think our biggest concern is really making sure then that all of this happens in the way that council intends. That's really our biggest concern. And you know, if the council wants to have the ability of free flowing alcohol, that's fine. I think we just want to make sure that we do have the controls in place and we have mechanisms so that if we need to limit the hours even more or reduce the number of promenades, that's understood. But we do want to come back on the 21st with essentially an after action report. So that way we can, you know, debrief together and you can determine if there are any other course corrections. Again, typically in the early part of the summer, everything is fine. It's really what happens later. I would just add that, you know, should some of the points that Councilmember Sayak mentioned go into a motion, I think we do also need to have requirements for appropriate signage to make sure that no outside alcohol is allowed and that is communicated in any promotional material. I think it's very, you know, you go to any event and they usually tell you what the expectations are. So I think we would want to work with the chamber on appropriate signage. So that way people, you know, are discouraged from bringing their outside alcohol. And we would just hope that those businesses that have ABC licenses would be following the licenses that they have. And we recognize that the chamber is going to be focusing on the street and not necessarily, you know, we just want to make sure everybody is following the licenses that they have. It's going to be really important. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudas.
Thank you. And I think that we may be moving this forward with regard to the monitoring. And I understand that staff does constant monitoring, but I'm really talking about the responsibility of the council to make sure that we're not entering into a public safety area that we're not comfortable with. So with regard to check-in in June, I'm wondering, would it also be possible to get a report in July, just a written report with the possibility of calling a special session, maybe the first Tuesday in August, if council action is needed, and that would only leave you know, a few of them in between, so that we would be able to actually get together and take action if we needed to, but also actually get you know, a short summary if there are issues that are becoming of concern to the police department.
Absolutely. We'd be more than happy to give you a sense of how the summer is going and provide some written documentation for the full council, especially if we need to pivot. You know, we would want to let the council know in what direction we needed to go. So I think that's certainly possible. Just as a reminder, the schedule for the 7 would essentially have only one more remaining event in August. So, so coming in for a check-in on August 2nd is possible, but it's not going to influence very much. It would just influence that very last promenade, assuming we stayed with 7.
Councilmember Sack.
Okay, I'm going to try something. I'm getting tired. Sorry, guys. Okay, so I'm going to move that the additional direction that we provide with regard to the promenade is that we not work with the beer gardens. However, in exchange of that, we ask that and I'm looking just for reference at the attachment that the chamber provided attachment for, so that there would be dispensing points. And my assumption of dispensing points is that is where IDs would be checked, and that's where wristbands would be issued, and that those would be paid staff, as we heard today, that would be monitoring those IDs and those wristbands. So individual IDs and wristbands would happen. Alcohol would be provided via token, and again, that would be by paid staff, and that would be 1 alcohol per token. So no more than 1 at a time with that token. That there would be staff, chamber staff is responsible for monitoring the ingress and egresses. That there would be signage on how to promenade so that everyone understands the expectations. And I ask that that signage be given to staff as well, and for the police department to review for additional suggestions. And that street side alcohol sales end at 8, 1 hour before the event. I also ask that this come back to council on the 21st so that we have an opportunity to debrief, and that during the month of July, when there is, when the council does not have a meeting, that the town manager provide updates. But during the month of July, understanding that we need to be nimble, I'd like the council to give authority to Chief Field and Manager Provetti that in the event of a public safety, that they do what is necessary to take those precautions to pivot. And if it requires certain things like shortening the hours or shortening the number of promenades, that authority be given in the interest of public safety.
Vice Mayor.
I'll second the motion with the clarification that I'm assuming Councilmember Sack meant 1 drink per wristband, not
Correct.
per token.
That was what you had suggested, right? I'm just
right,
following.
1 per wristband, not 1 per token. I don't know how many tokens they're going to charge per drink, but
Correct.
okay. Yeah, no, I like that. I think there's a lot of latitude for staff to determine, you know, how well this is working out. Hopefully after the first promenade, we'll have an idea of, you know, obviously things will change as time goes on, but the first promenade will be a chance to look at what is starting out working well or what needs attention, and hopefully whatever direction is given after that will get us through July. But if it doesn't, I think it's critical that staff have the ability to act. So I'll second that motion.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a question. Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye, so passes unanimously. And that brings us to the end of our regular agenda. So we'll go back to our consent agenda. And I'd like to start with the doing all the MOUs 19 through 23 first. And Councilmember Hudish, you pulled these. Maybe you could just give us a reason why you pulled them, and then staff can maybe shorten any kind of presentation based on what you're looking for.
Yeah, thank you. I pulled them because the public requested that they be pulled, and I honor that. I did not have my own questions beyond what was covered in our closed session. However, I wanted to ask staff whether they had read the letter regarding the points raised in those 4 items, and whether they would like to respond to that letter for the public's information.
Hi, Mayor and Town Council. So I think it's really up to the council's purview if they would like staff to respond. If you would, we are more than happy to.
Well, that would be my question is, would you address the contents of the letters on 19, 20, 21, and 22? And I would like to hear the response. I don't have any specific questions other than what's in those letters.
Sure. Okay. We can definitely respond to that. Most of the information is actually contained in the individual MOUs, but I understand for the public, they might not parse through all 4 of them. So if it's okay, why don't I do a quick share screen? I think it might make it easier. So basically what we have here is it shows all the elements that are listed in every one of the separate agreements, and then it totals them. And so one of the questions asked by the author was, what component of this is the one-time aspect of all these MOUs together? And so you can see here that totals approximately $646,000. The other part of that question is, what is the ongoing component? And so that would be the total of the COLAs for all the units, and then the total of the market adjustments, which is approximately about 1.8 million. I'm going to go ahead and stop share screen for a second, because the other questions then start to relate to areas that are already covered in the staff report. And so one of the questions was, well, what are these numbers all going to total? So I believe the author referenced a bunch of the C pages, but I'm just going to focus on C13. And so on C13, the proposed budget for 22-23 as presented to council and presented to the Finance Commission and deliberated by both bodies showed a salary and benefit amount of about $33,381,850. And so I'm going to do the share screen now. And so once again, the public may not be as adept as how to put all these pieces together, but you can basically see it's this piece.
Can you make that any bigger?
Yes, I can, because there's really one piece of it that we're going to focus on, which is footnote 4, which says about $2,318,733 are due to increases to negotiated salary increases. And that's these items right here added together. You see the footnote 4. So if you add that to the number on page C13, you come up with about $35,700,583. And so to answer the question, that would now be the new amount. I will say that the author was incorrect. They made it appear as if nobody had reviewed any of these increases, and that there's now a 23 or I believe a 24% increase. That's incorrect. The proposed budget as reviewed by council and the Finance Commission had already reviewed increases in approximately the 15% range. When you add in footnote 4 to what it was in the proposed budget, it does add about another 6.8% increase. And so that's really kind of in alignment with what you see as the terms of agreement in the MOUs. And so I think that answers most of the resident questions, but if there's any further questions, I'm happy to address those as well.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions on that. It sounds like there was no additional information or schedules that needed to be disclosed in order to answer those questions. Is that correct?
The information was there, and once again, our apologies to the public. It may not be intuitive to start to piece it all together. Once all of this is done, this is to reflect the changes from the proposed budget. And, if there's something we can do to make it clearer, we can always add a little narrative on the website or something to that effect.
Okay, let me open up it to public comment for this item. Would anybody in the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment and come back to council for a motion. Councilmember Hudes, your hand's still up or up new? I can't recall.
New. Wanted to make a motion to approve items 19, 20, 21, and 22.
All right, and Councilmember Sayak.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a question. Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. It passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody, on that one. I'd like to go to item number 11 now that was pulled. Let me start with Councilmember Hudes. Again, give us some direction how to keep this short.
So on this one, there's also been a request from the Finance Commission to take a look at the budget impact of the labor settlements, which was not a part of what they did review. And I would be inclined to create the time to do that by asking for a continuance on this item to the next council meeting so that the Finance Commission can have a look at that budget impact of the settlements that was not part of their original review package.
Let's check with staff. Does that create any kind of difficulties if a motion like that were made?
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. So I did speak with the chair and the vice chair of the Finance Commission, and administratively, we can facilitate the request and are happy to do so.
Okay, let me open up this item to public comment. Would any members of the public wish to speak to us on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and come back for a motion.
That's a new hand.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Hudes.
I move to continue this item to June 21.
I would just ask to continue it and refer it back to the Finance Commission.
Yes.
Yes, and refer to the Finance Commission.
Vice Mayor Risto.
I'll second that motion.
All right, any further discussion? I don't see any. I'll call the question. Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. That passes unanimously. Now, if we could go to item number 7, please. I believe Councilmember Hudes also pulled this one. Again, if you could direct us to the shortest path.
So shortest path would be to consider 7 and 9 together, if that's possible. And that would basically be this matter is asking for an extension in time and for the destination marketing. I had a conversation with the chamber and with some of the hotel owners. I believe there's also a desk item from the chamber asking for additional funds for number 9. And so I thought those two should be discussed together.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. If you'd like, I can handle item 7 first, and then we can shift to.
Yeah, go ahead.
As one of the folks that helps administer the ARPA grants, you also saw that I had a similar request for LGS Rec. With the chamber, the circumstances are a little different in that they're currently out of agreement. It's our assessment, based on conversations with them, that to date, their handling of the monies that have been granted to them has been done in a prudent manner. We do still have some outstanding invoicing and things that we'll have to rectify with them, but we're comfortable extending the agreement and not necessarily requiring them to return the residual funds immediately if they can come up with a plan for the effective use of those funds. So from a staff perspective, we're comfortable extending the agreement, and to date, as I said, with the exception of some outstanding invoices, we're comfortable with how they've moved forward utilizing those funds.
All right. There is a hand up from the public, so let me go there first, I guess. Catherine Summers.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to, for clarification, explain the destination marketing emergency grant that we received last year, which was the ARPA funding. And of that $55,000, we have spent roughly 45 of that on exactly what we had put in our original proposal. The 10,000 remaining has a very specific use that we will put in action pretty soon here. We have realized that, and I think I've mentioned this, that we need to figure out with an engineer how to come in and do a reverse proxy, and that is with the town's website. We have tried one solution that didn't work, so I do believe that we will have to pay an actual engineer to come in and work with the town staff to figure out how to redirect a potential visitor that looks up Visit Los Gatos, and what happens is that they go straight to the town's website and they get kind of lost in the mire there, and they do not get to our Visit Los Gatos websites. We're working on that. I think that will make a huge improvement in how we get visitors here. Number 2, of course, that goes along with it is that we do need to invest in some SEO, which is really working with a company who can help with search words so that when anybody is looking for visiting Los Gatos or visiting a quaint Northern California town, Los Gatos will rise to the top of their search results. So that is what we will do with the remaining $10,000, and we will for sure be able to spend that before the deadline of December 31, 2022. So thank you for extending that and appreciating it. Appreciating the fact that we still have those two things to work on. Everything else that we spent that on, the creation of our website, as well as put a lot of effort into our social media marketing and our presence there, is really starting to pay off. And we'll get to more of that in the next part on number 9.
Okay, let's go with Mr. Foley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Town Council. Jim Foley again, representing, same as the prior item I spoke on this evening. I support allocating some more town funds for destination marketing. This is related to item 9. It's not a lot of money and it will go a long way. A number of years ago, the Town Council made a commitment to bring vitality back to Los Gatos. This was evidenced by the 13 policy changes that occurred back in 2018 and 2019. Many of the businesses spend significant amounts of their budget on marketing. For my businesses, we spend between $3,000 and $5,000 a month each on just the media spend. That's on top of baseline costs of the engagement platforms. the town has done a great job setting things up for businesses to thrive from a permitting and implementation perspective. And we're seeing those results as new businesses are emerging and locating in the town more than ever. So there's not a real heavy lift left for the town to support the efforts that began, some time ago. But the additional funds for destination marketing are more than warranted to provide for the ongoing effort. And the amount requested by the chamber makes a lot of sense given increased costs over the years and given our current inflationary environment. If you go back to the contract with the Visitor Bureau and everything else, I don't think that amount has changed in some time. It was augmented by some of the ARPA monies, but I think it's a good investment and a reasonable investment for if we're really using the chamber to manage this effort, or the Visitor Bureau, whichever one you're calling it, that controls the effort. In any event, investing additional funds in that just to sort of keep up with increases in expenses for social media and everything else. I'm supportive, as a business owner, resident, and also part of the chamber to award that amount. Thank you.
All right. Next, Donna McCurry.
Good evening. I think it's still evening, Mayor and Council. Donna McCurry, representing the Visitor and Information Center, and thank you for taking my comments. I just would like to reiterate some of the key points from the letter we submitted for your consideration. The Visitor and Information staff has worked hard to build the Visit Los Gatos brand, the destination marketing arm for Los Gatos. The social media and the destination website, in addition to the brick and mortar Visitor and Information Center, are Visit Los Gatos. These should be funded and considered as one entity and not separate. Each is an integral part of the other. The money from our annual $55,000 agreement, plus the $55,000 ARPA one-time emergency destination marketing funds, have allowed us to build these foundations over the past year. To maintain, grow the brand, and bring more visitors to Los Gatos, we are requesting an annual increase of $33,500 to our existing agreement, bringing our total to $88,500. The requested $33,500 increase will fund social media outreach, further website enhancements, and inviting street pole banners. And while we are still navigating the destination and digital marketing learning curve, studies have shown there is a direct positive impact on visitor spending when you invest in sales and marketing. Whether it is an overnight visitor staying in one of our hotels that contributes to the TOT, or someone visiting for a day that eats in a restaurant or shops in our boutique that contributes to sales tax revenue, every visitor who steps foot in Los Gatos is incremental money for the town. In our letter, the Visit Los Gatos staff proposed 2 questions to the council. Do you want Los Gatos to be a destination location? And how much longer can Los Gatos rely only on its residents to financially support the town? 2 key takeaways from Visit California's visitor economy travel forecast and key drivers for April 2022 are that travel-related spending from domestic visitors is expected to recover to 104% of 2019 levels this year, and leisure travel will recover faster than business-related travel. The short answer to all of this is now more than ever, we must be competitive to increase our share of the domestic market travel. The additional requested $33,500 should be incorporated into our contract going forward. We have researched some long-term sustainable funding strategies that will require further discussion. Tourism improvement districts, TIDs, either standalone or combined with a percentage of TOT that put the tax burden on the visitors and not the residents. Municipalities across the state and country have invested in forming these tax funding mechanisms that support their destination marketing efforts. If this is a consideration, perhaps council can convene a work study session with stakeholders, town staff, chamber, Visit Los Gatos, California, Finance Commission, hotel representatives to consider this direction going forward. Thank you for listening and for your consideration.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other hands for public. Let's close the public comment, come back to council for discussion and motion.
Mayor,
before you go, it's 11:55. I would recommend making a motion to continue past midnight.
I think we're going to finish this one, hopefully. Councilmember Sack?
Just a quick question of staff. So understanding that there's a little bit more money remaining, is there something that's time sensitive that we have to decide on today? Could we just approve the contract as is and then if needed, add money after? Or is it something that has to be considered as a bundle today?
There's no urgency, and I'm sure Economic Vitality Manager Wren can explain. These are two separate items. One is the ARPA extension, and the second is the annual contract. In the budget that is not yet approved, we have set aside the annual $55,000. I don't know where we would get the additional funds. And let me just turn to Economic Vitality, Wren. We have not been able to give our staff report, so I'm sure there may be a couple of comments that she would like to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Prevedi. You've hit everything I wanted to say. There is no time sensitive on this tonight. We could continue it to the 21st, or as you said, council member, we could move forward with the contract as it is and then revisit the additional funds. Whatever is the purview of the council, we can support that.
If I might add, at least on item 7, from a ARPA kind of compliance audit standpoint, they are currently out of agreement. And so I would suggest at least moving forward with that agreement, since there's no new monies involved there. It's just residual monies left over, and staff is simply asking to extend the contract.
Okay, so I'm ready to make a motion if you want one, Mayor.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I authorize the town manager to execute a new agreement with the Chamber of Commerce to extend the term of the Destination Marketing American Rescue Plan Act grant as contained in the staff report for item number 7. And for number 9, authorize the town manager to execute the agreement for services that is contained, and that if there is an additional need for additional funds, that be identified. But I don't think I'm prepared to make that addition to the contract today, particularly since we don't know where it's going to come from, and we can address that at a later point.
Okay, do I have a second? Councilmember Hudes?
I'll second, but I would like to ask the maker if they would consider the idea that was brought forward by the chamber to do a work study session with the council. I do have a couple of comments about it. I feel very rushed, but I have about 30 seconds of comments that I would like to make, Mayor.
Go ahead, make them now.
Okay. I think that the issue is that we're looking at this too small. Our TOT recovery, even after 5 years, is only projected to get back to less than 30% less than where we were before the pandemic. I think we can do better. And so in brainstorming with the chamber and some hotel managers, I'd like to see us come up with a plan that is a public-private effort that involves some skin in the game from the hotels in how to truly improve Los Gatos as a destination, not just to feed a little bit of money to destination marketing as we've been asked, but for the hotels to step up with their marketing organizations, not necessarily writing a check, but using their ability to help focus on Los Gatos as a destination with all of the festivals that we have, with a possibility for a wedding destination, and also to more aggressively go after spillover from the conventions that are occurring in San Jose and are building up. So I would really encourage us to consider scheduling a study session on this topic as part of doing this. But I fully support the motion as it is. I don't think we should allocate extra money until after we do that work.
All right, Councilmember Sack, would you like to add that to your motion?
I would not, just simply because I'd like, I'm agreeable to the idea. I'd like Manager Wren to give more thought on how that would happen and when that would happen. But I'm agreeable to the thought. And if we could just create two separate motions, I'd like to keep this one clean.
So I'm going to need a motion then to extend past midnight. So we have a little more time to discuss this. We put current motion on hold. Would somebody like to make a motion to extend?
I move that we extend the meeting to 12:10.
I'll second.
Second, okay. Councilmember Sack,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis,
Aye.
Councilmember Adami,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto,
Aye.
and the mayor votes aye. That passes unanimously. We've got 10 more minutes. I think now there's a question for Ms. Wren.
Thank you, Councilmember Sayak. Yeah, I think we can put a little bit more thought into how we could craft that. I know we did a lot of work with the chamber a couple of years ago on a PBID and had put forth some work on that. So maybe we need to do a little bit of research and kind of understand where that dropped off, and how we can make a connection to, I think it was a tourism improvement district that was recommended, and kind of the connection there. So I think it would take a little bit of time. We are spread pretty thin right now this summer, but I would definitely be open to discussing how we can bring that forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, but there was no amendment to it.
I think given the conversation through that manager Wren provided, I will amend the motion without a necessary deadline, but just that if we could work with staff to bring the idea forward, and I will leave the details to staff and to the mayor to figure out when and how that comes back.
Is that okay with a seconder?
Yes, it is.
Okay, further discussion? I'll call a question. Councilmember Sack,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis,
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
and the mayor votes aye, so that passes unanimously. Did we cover everything?
Well, you actually had two motions. You had one
Okay.
motion for the ARPA extension. And then, as I understand it, you just voted on the chamber contract with the idea that we would come back if needed regarding additional funding. And then without any deadline, we would consider the study session concept. So those two items I understood were part of the chamber contract motion. So you still
Okay.
have the ARPA item to decide. And you already have a motion on the floor for that one.
And that came from who? Councilmember Sack? Okay. I got lost in there somewhere. And who was the seconder on that?
That was also Mr. Hudis.
Okay. So any further discussion on that item? Okay, so I'll call the question then. Councilmember Sack,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis,
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
and the mayor votes aye, so passes unanimously. So are we done now? All right, thank you. Well, with that, then we are adjourned at 12:02. Thank you.
Good night.